Amethyst, have you ever wished for something so unattainable? I have. Only at the time, I didn't think of it as being unattainable. It was within reach for my tiny hands. But as the years passed, I realized wishes aren't meant to come true. They are purely there to provide us a sense of comfort to move forward, a false hope. From the beginning of this miserable life, I have only ever experienced pain. Whether it's physical or emotional, it all hurt the same. Dumped at the doorstep of the Stonehearts Pack for orphans, my pathetic life was solidified. It wasn't a huge house, but over the years, it housed over 20 pups. Only 10 remain now. There is a stigma attached to being an orphan in this pack. You are unwanted by your parents and casted aside like dirt. Everyone in this pack, whether they are adults or kids, they treat orphans like slaves. Since I was 5, I have been ridiculed and tortured. Hence why the numbers have dropped from 20 to 10, because not everyone can survive the torment we are subjected to. It's a miracle that I have survived till 16, or maybe it isn't. Today is the day that I find my mate, and I want it to be Mason Price, the Alpha's son. No, I'm not delusional. Mason and I used to be best friends when we were younger. He was the only one to protect me from the torment. He used to beat up anyone that hurt me, and Mason often said that he prayed for us to be mates, so that we can be together forever. However, when his alpha training began at 8, everything changed. He became like everyone else, maybe even worse. I'm living in a fantasy because I'm still holding on to that wish that he is my mate and will finally realize that we are meant to be. I avoided going to school today because the mating ceremony happens tonight. I'm clutching onto the only source of my happiness, Mason. Everything about him is intoxicating. His charm is contagious, and you could never say no to him. He is attentive and kind, but never to me anymore. I'm on his shit list, and I don't know why. My best friend Esmery didn't want to come tonight. I don't know which is worse, facing the future leaders of the pack, or staying in that haunted asylum we call home. Esmery welcomes the ghosts and demons more than Mason and his gang. Well, because they are assholes who pick on orphans. It isn't just teasing. They beat her up to a pulp that she couldn't move for a month, even with her healing abilities. She keeps her head down, avoids all contact, and barely comes to school anymore. The dark sky highlights the glow of the moon, illuminating us. The scent of fresh leaves and rain hits my nose, and I can feel Jade purr in my mind. Have a feeling this is going to be where our lives change. Jade's. I smile. Jade nestles closer towards me. Same here, Purple. I chuckle at her nickname for me. My name takes after the unique color of my eyes. Some believe it's the work of dark magic since no one has the same color as mine. It's one of the many reasons that I'm picked on the most, the girl with freak eyes. That's when I smell it, like pine and berries. Unfamiliar to me, it's addicting and making my mind disorientated. I can't help but be drawn to it. Jade on high alert as her tongue darts out in anticipation. Following the drug-induced scent, each step making it more potent than before. Until I come face to face with my wishmates, Jade declares. His sandy blonde hair disheveled, concealing his forehead. A plain white shirt that curved around each muscle, his biceps threaded with green veins. Gray sweatpants and bare feet on the soil, ready for a night of hunting for his mate. Only the look in his dark chocolate eyes makes me want to burn to the ground. It's not one of love, it's one of hatred and anger. Molten lava pooling at those eyes as he growls, "Fuckno." He yells in that alpha tone. It cracks at my bones, terror creeping up my spine. My heart is racing. His anger is doubling until his tanned skin turns red. Mason. "SHUTUP," he roars. His chest rises and falls. I can practically see steam erupting from his ears. Jade claws at me, visibly sad and angry at his tone. It's odd she never cowers in fear around him, but I'm about ready for the ground to swallow me whole. Mason crosses the distance between us, his scent making my mind spiral in delight and fear. Of all people, it had to be fucking you. Everything I've wanted to say gets lodged in my throat. We are mates. We can be together now, I whisper, knowing of the crowd that's circling us. He chuckles like a demon. You. My mate. Ver. I don't want some pathetic little orphan as the Luna of this pack. You are not worthy of the title. You aren't even worthy of my presence. My chest aches, a sob slipping through my parted lips. Jade whimpers in my mind, and his figure becomes distorted by the tears. Everything I want to say is on my tongue, and yet I can't find the words to begin. Brittany takes her position next to Mason, her blonde, her reaching her waist and piercing blue eyes biting into my skin. He wraps his arm around her, pulling her into him. Jade growls in possession of her mate, but Mason doesn't care about me, or Jade, or the pain he is causing. Brittany is fit to be a Luna. She is my mate, and you, Amethyst, are nothing, he declares. Fire erupts in my veins, clouding my vision. I, Mason Price, future alpha of the Stoneheart Pack, hereby reject you, Amethyst, he states. The pain is unbearable, like my heart broke into pieces. The ache in my chest intensifying. It's shooting through my limbs and making each part of my body ache. Reject me now, so we can be done with this, Mason says. I heave. No, that only fuels his anger, and before I could react, Mason's fist connects with my cheek. I feel the bones crush, my entire body flying to the ground. Everything hurts. I can't take it, but it doesn't stop. He starts kicking me relentlessly in the stomach, ribs cracking one by one. I can't even breathe. Everything seems to blur, time never ending, and the torture never stops, until he grabs my hair and pulls me to face him, his figure a blur as I fight the darkness. Reject me now or I will kill you, he seethes. I cough, blood filling my mouth. I, Amethyst, reject you, Mason Price. If he felt even a lick of pain, he was good at masking it, but the truth is, he never cared. Jade howls in agony, and I don't fight the pain. The torture is agonizing. I can't feel anything but pain. It's overwhelming and drowning. Mason laughs from above me. You better stay out of my sight, otherwise I won't stop until you are dead. Coughing up a lung, the pounding in my head feels like bricks are coming down on me. Everyone disperses like ants, while my battered body lays against the soil. Everything burned to the ground in one night. Mason is itching to kill me. And by breathing, it's only a matter of time. We have to leave, Purple Jade growls strongly, but it's soft towards me. Jade lends me some of her strength as I attempt to get up. After a fifth attempt, I stare at the forest, dark and scary. It holds the unknown, and that terrifies me. But I rather face the unknown than stay here. I'm sorry, Jade. She knows what I'm about to do. I'm making her become a rogue, the worst of the worst. Don't worry, Purple. We have each other. She comforts. I smile through my broken face, letting Jade take the reins and shift into my wolf. Amethyst. 3 months later. I can feel my humanity slipping. When you become a rogue, there's a line that you tether between full-on beast or full-fledged human. I'm crossing the line of beast, mainly because Jade is vengeful. Her fangs drip with venom whenever she thinks of Mason and the Stoneheart Pack. Visions of that night replay in my mind, and it only aggravates me. I was naive to think that a measly mate bond would change Mason, and completely helpless to his torture. I was weak, but I won't make that mistake again. Ever since we surrendered to the forest, everything became clearer. The sky often painted a bright blue like the ocean, clouded with white cotton candy in various shapes. The scent of nature sometimes differs, the soil, the trees, the leaves. It's a never-ending cycle. Mainly, it smelt like freshness if I could describe the scent of seeping into your bones and bringing relaxation. Living in the forests has its pros, but there are way more cons. I'm basically stuck in my wolf form. Jade is a beautiful snow-white wolf. You could spot her glowing in the darkness from miles away. When I transformed, I had to give Jade control to survive. Usually we would have conflict, fighting dominance on who should take the reins. But I wasn't going to fight my only source of survival. We hunted deers and rabbits. I can't stomach the taste of raw meat in human form, and since that's my only means of preventing starvation, I let Jade devour all the meat she could find. We don't have a plan, nor do we have any options. I left without a trace, and as soon as I left the borders of the pack, I felt it. The bond tying me to Stoneheart, severe. Like a string being cut, everything intensified. The excruciating pain that shot through my skull and heart made me feel like I was split open. I wasn't attached to them, and yet I had to suffer the lose worse than them. The howl escaped my lips before I could stop Jade, gripping my hair to suppress the pain, but it wouldn't stop. That's when Jade took over, sprinting away from their territory and into the outskirts of the unknown. The further we leaped, the duller the pain became. I was grateful that Jade protected us when I couldn't, not like I ever do. Night falls, darkness seeping into my surroundings, but the glow of the moon spotlights us. I wonder if the moon goddess is watching us, seeing her repercussions of mating me to a monster. Jade places her paws in front of her, resting her chin and getting comfortable. I'm sorry that you are stuck with me, Jade, I sob, the tears flowing down my cheeks. I can feel her next to me, her whine and her head nuzzling into me. Don't say that, Purple. You and I are one. We are meant to be, she soothes. A chuckle cracks into a sob as I wrap my arms around her neck. In my mind, we are both two separate beings. That's how we communicate, with the ability to face each other head-on, but our bodies are one in the human world. Hence the werewolf title. Once I turn into a wolf, that's all Jade's entity. We don't have a plan, I voice as she retracts, and we sit side by side, watching through her eyes like a movie of the forest. No, we don't, but we have time to decide what to do, I sigh. The best option is to find another pack. I doubt they would welcome a rogue, though true. But we don't know about the rules of other packs. They could be different from the Stoneheart packs. Her optimistic tone brings a smile to my lips. I'm about to voice my opinion when there is a crunch of a branch. Jade immediately transitions into defense mode, highly alert and growling at the attacker, who could jump out from any direction. We can't pick up a scent, nor has there been any other movement for the past 5 minutes. It could have been an animal, but that thought quickly dissipates when a man appears in front of me. Amethyst, Caden Throne. It's been 3 months since their passing, and the wound is fresh on my chest. Not physically, but metaphorically. Pressing my palm against my chest to ease the ache that threatens to appear from the memory. There was so much blood, her eyes pleading with my own before she took her last breath. The only thing that has occupied my mind was her dying wish. The only thing that's kept me distracted from the assassination of the Blood Moon Pack's Alpha and Luna, their daughter. To say I was surprised would have been an understatement. Founding families are required to have an heir, but it's general knowledge that the Phoenix bloodline couldn't reproduce. No one mentioned that they couldn't have children. It was forbidden to be discussed in the manner. Sometimes I found it a blessing, because the Blood Moon Pack is ranked top tier for their assassination and money laundering that they bring into the council. The Phoenix bloodline is ranked number 1 in the Founding Families Council. They are constantly under attack because everyone wants their spot. They lived with targets on their back for years, and 3 months ago, They couldn't stop it any longer. I thought my life couldn't get any worse. I have already been through enough tragedy that I thought it would be over. The moon goddess isn't that gracious. She decided that another bleeding heart is what I deserved. Alpha Jeremy was already gone when I arrived, his throat slashed, and blood coated his naked body, the putrid taste of vomit threatening to release, his veins the color of black from a poison I didn't recognize. My mind was flooded with anguish until her cough rang through the deathly hollow of the room. Racing to her body, the white nightgown she always wore, tainted with blood. Pulling her onto my thighs, mind linking with the pack doctor, but he's 30 minutes away and won't make it in time. It's okay, Caden, her angelic voice calms me down as if she isn't dying. My vision becomes distorted as I attempt to hold back the tears, a crushing weight in my chest, as I analyze her broken smile. Her eyes the unnatural color of lavender. It always baffled me that she was gifted a unique color that couldn't be found anywhere. They were usually filled with sadness and a hint of light, but now they are glossy with fear and peace. A blend between the unknown but the weight of being a phoenix, finally slipping away. "You can't leave me, Luna," I cry, tugging on my lip. Her small hand intertwines with mine, her delicate touch reminding me of a feather. "I need you to do something for me." Caden, a pleading tone that I've never heard her use. "Anything, anything. You have to find her," the Luna voice peering through with dominance. I furrow my brows. "Find who?" "Our daughter, Amethyst." My jaw drops, the racing of my heart drowning out the silence. They had a daughter, an heir that everyone believed either didn't exist or died a long time ago. "You and Alpha Jeremy never told me." She casts me a sorrowful look, a tear slipping from her eyes. She never cried, and at her last moments, she sheds tears for her daughter and not herself. She wasn't safe. We couldn't keep her safe. It was the only way. Luna Sophia cries. Holding my breath, calling the pack doctor multiple times, and he ensures me that he isn't far. But I know it's futile. Luna Sophia won't last much longer, her heartbeat becoming slower with each passing moment. Luna Sophia yanks with every ounce of her strength against the necklace, the chain snapping. It's the key she always wore around her neck. No one ever knew why. Placing it in my hand behind the bookshelf in his office, everything you need to know about her. Sucking in a breath as I stare at the silver key, a plain silver key with nothing special wrapped around it besides the Luna and Alpha's daughter. "I'll find her, I promise, with every fiber in my body." She smiles. "We were so sad about losing her, and then we found you, and you made us happy. We aren't blood related, but you are our son." The declaration tears my heart apart. The crushing force in my chest feels like I can't breathe. The tears taint her skin as I watch her surrender to death. A roar and a cry bleed through my vocal cords as I stare at the two people who gave me a home, gave me love while everyone believed them to be monsters. I will avenge them. I will find Amethyst. I will make everyone pay for destroying the Phoenix family. Caden Throne. Obviously, they didn't have the actual location of their daughter. They left her in the woods between two packs. I had to dig for that information, the Stone Heart Pack and the Blue Moon Pack. At the time, they were considered the kindest of all the packs in the land. That reputation has since faded. They torture and break the will of their own pack. The rumors spread like wildfire when it comes to the inner workings of different packs. The latest news being that the future alpha of the Stone Heart Pack found his mate. One problem, she was an orphan. According to my intel, orphans are treated like slaves. Whether they were higher-ups or regular pack members, they tortured the orphans. Over the years, there were 20 orphans in total, and the numbers dwindled each year until only 10 remain. This pack is the only one I know of. That sort of treatment towards orphans. Other packs don't worry about status until it concerns the future Alpha and Luna. Was the mate connection weak? Mason would have felt a strong connection to his blessing that the goddess gave him, but instead, he casted her aside because she was an orphan. It sickened me, attempting to put myself in his shoes. I wouldn't reject my mate, a gift. Sure, you are allowed to choose your mates, but the fated mates are a treasure that not everyone is blessed with. You are lucky to even find yours in this lifetime, and he casted her aside like the mate connection wasn't special. Yesterday, I went to the Blue Moon Pack, questioned their Alpha and Luna. Another dead end. It was harder to find her than I thought. The only truly defining feature that Amethyst had is her eyes. I remember when I opened the safe and found the old photo. A baby cradled between Alpha Jeremy and Luna Sophia. The baby was only 2 months old, but the smile she emitted was cataphoric, and her eyes were a darker shade of lilac. Taking after her mother, they were a faucet for magic. And I couldn't comprehend the immense pain the Alpha and Luna must have felt to give her up. It took tremendous amounts of strength to part from their pup, because their love was genuine for her and each other. It brought an ache to my chest. For years they have lived with this secret. Alpha Jeremy and Luna Sophia were the only fated mates in the founding families. This made the rest of them envious of them. The Alpha and Luna's love was real, while theirs were a facade. Jealousy is a strong emotion that becomes heightened in us, like the rest of our feelings. The Stone Heart Pack is extremely secretive when it comes to outsiders, and my guess is due to their harsh treatment of their own people. I had to request a permit from their current Alpha and wait approximately a week before it became approved. The pack was surrounded by the growth of the forest, unkept and showcased that they didn't care about their land. You can tell a lot by the Alpha's treatment of his land. It illustrated his treatment of his pack. The guards at the border searched me. I'm a fucking werewolf, and they start searching me for weapons. I could easily shift and bring forth my talons and tear out their jugular. Axel chuckles at the visual imagery of tearing them apart. My wolf is quite a jokester, even if they suck. Hey, my jokes are top fucking tier, he growls as if I offended him. Whatever you say, I laugh, letting him brood in silence as he snuffs me. I'm led to the Price Manor. Not surprised that it's a beige-colored mansion. The double doors painted white with a massive P carved into it. That simple indication solidified how obnoxious these people are. There aren't any mansions besides this, and the rest of the houses are made of logs like we live in an historical era. They probably think they shit gold, Axel snorts. I nod, agreeing with his statement because this is an obvious display of wealth to intimidate their people into submission. They have money to destroy you without getting their hands dirty, and that alone can strike fear in anyone less than. The guard in front of me mind links to whoever is inside, and suddenly the doors open. I follow him, the scent of detergent heavily embedded into the tiles and walls. It smelt like a hospital, and the urge to throw up appears, but I push it down. Now is not the time to display weakness. The staircase covered in clear tiles spirals with a black railing to the top. A man standing right at the top. His arms are stretched across the railing. His features display youth. And that shaggy blonde hair and dark chocolate eyes spark my memory. This is the future Alpha, Mason Price. He resembles a rich kid. It's written all over his smug face. The white V-neck shirt displaying his muscles in a power stance, and jeans that hung loosely on his skin. Arching his neck and amusement written all over his face as he addresses me from above. Caden Throne, he says, not addressing me by my beta title. Mason Price, I retaliate with a smirk. Nothing fucks with a little boy's mind more than being disrespected. Axel is proud at the reaction of Mason, a growl emitting from his lips as his bare feet fill the silence as he descends the staircase. When he comes towards me, it's a joke that I tower over him. The anger seeps into his pupil, glowing as his wolf surfaces in frustration. I smirk and Axel laughs. It's completely hilarious watching the future Alpha feel intimidated by mere height differences. Where is Alpha Jack? I question, focusing on my mission. Mason rolls his eyes, a charming smile forming on his lips. My father is otherwise preoccupied and doesn't like being disturbed, especially by a nobody. His little dig doesn't do anything for me. It would have in the past when my emotions fueled my actions. But since then, I have learned self-control. I wasn't really after the old Alpha whose prime time is coming to an end. The better chance would be to speak to Mason. I nod. Okay, I have a few questions that need to be answered, and I will be on my way, keeping my expression blank. His eyes scan from the inky leather jacket to my matching combat boots, distaste clearly reviling in his features. On with it. I don't have all day, he growls in irritation. Let me rip him apart. Axel salivates at the imagery of tearing this spoiled boy apart. We need answers first, I warn. Was there a girl brought in on the night of the blue moon 16 years? I ask, my blood sizzling in anticipation. He rolls his eyes. How the fuck should I know? Clearly, he is a clueless fool. Was there a girl with purple eyes? That warrants a reaction, rage flashing over his features. What the fuck do you want with her? It's the confirmation I needed. Amethyst is here. I couldn't show my cards, the importance that she carries. Redirecting his question as I arch my brow. It was a simple question. Running his fingers through his messy hair. There was a girl named Amethyst. An orphan, he laughs. It takes every ounce of control for Axel and me to not tear this fucker's skin off his bone. Instead, I stay silent as he chuckles in a fit of superiority, letting the story flow. She is a weak girl, not worthy of being this Pax Luna, he growls. That's when it hits me, the rumors of Mason rejecting his mate. That means his mate was Amethyst and he rejected her. The fucking heir to Phoenix, the future Alpha of the Blood Moon Pack. I mean, how could I make a Luna out of an orphan with no power or status? He says nonchalantly, as if it justifies his actions. He had no clue what he just did. Mason threw away the most powerful woman and his mate aside because she was an orphan. It makes me relieved and angry because Amethyst deserves better than a self-centered fucker like him as a mate. Why are you asking? Mason curiously questions. He might be a spoiled brat, but he isn't stupid. Axel itches to bite his head off, and I almost give him control until I realize that I will have to find her on his land. She owes me something. He laughs, believing the lie. Good luck with that. The bitch is long gone. Fuck. Holding back the emotions spiraling through me, I nod. Thank you for your time. He snorts. It has not been a pleasure. Now get out of my house. Mason disappears down the hall, and the guard waits for me to step out of the mansion. The sky has already started to darken, a gray cast upon the moon. The scent of fear mingled in the air as people watched me be escorted off the territory. Where is she? Once I hit the border, I couldn't wait for that creepy sensation to dissipate. Walking through the forest usually cleared my head, and so far, my options were out of luck. I take the route that I saw on the map where they dropped her off. It's a dumb idea, but I feel my gut tell me to follow the trail. What are we going to do now? Axel questions. That is the real question. If I don't find Amethyst, then the Blood Moon Pack will demolish, and the Phoenix name will disintegrate. I couldn't let the legacy die, not after everything he have done for me. Everyone in the pack is family, and I don't want to split them up and turn them into rogues. That's when I spot it. A wolf, the color of snow. So potent that it stood out from the darkness. Wow, Axel whistles. We tread lightly at the wolf, who's clearly trying to get some sleep. As I get closer with each step, I make a mistake, and the branch crushes under my weight. The wolf jumps into attack mode, but that's not what captivates me. It's the eyes, the color of lavender. Holding my breath, praying to the moon goddess that I have finally found her. Amethyst? Amethyst. He is the most beautiful man I have ever seen. That shouldn't have been my first thought. I mean, the moon goddess gave me a mate that I thought was handsome until I saw him. He is otherworldly, from his almost clear sapphires that seems to have the ability to peer into my soul, the black hair that blended into the night. The sides were shaved close to the scalp, leaving the middle messy and cascading against his forehead. His features were youthful and yet completely mature, the sharp jawline that could easily split my skin. He blended into the forest, dressed in all black. The leather jacket hugged his muscular frame, thick thighs encased in jeans and completed with combat boots. I should run from this stranger, but the glow in his eyes stops me. He is godly, Jade gasps in awe, and not even our mate warranted that reaction from her agreed. He steps cautiously towards me, but Jade emitted a growl, and he halted in place. His scent brought something I've never felt. It brought me safety and peace. The continuous spiral of emotions I experienced in the stone heart pack always left me on edge. My heart and humanity dancing a fine line between living and dying. But his scent, it flooded my mind and calmed my rapid heart. For the first time, I didn't feel a threat. Safe. He feels safe, Jade cautiously mutters. Are you Amethyst? His deep voice questioned for the second time, pulling me out of my thoughts. I can't communicate with him in wolf form, but I also cannot shift since I'll be fully naked. The clothes shredded the moment I transformed. Despite the overwhelming sensation of protection he emits, I'm not shifting even if it's normal for our kind. Jade tips her head down as a probable answer. For a second, relief flashes upon his features, a smile forming on his lips, and I wasn't prepared for it. His face alone is a work of art, and with that smile, it's breathtaking. I've been looking everywhere for you, he whispers softly. Jade tilts her head, trying to understand why my presence has brought him that smile. Moments pass, the wind picking up as the leaves sway north. The chill ruffles my fur and his hair. He must have read my thoughts because suddenly he takes off his leather jacket, the glow of the moon highlighting his left arm that's filled with dark ink, intricate designs I couldn't make out against his skin. He throws the jacket near me. It would be better to have this conversation if you shifted. Suddenly, he turns around, giving me his back and a little privacy. This brings back that emotion he gives, protection. Your turn, purple, Jade laughs as she gives me control and shifts. Instantly, I am met with a chill licking my skin. Quickly putting on the jacket. It's gigantic, swallowing me whole. It stops over my knee, wrapping myself in the leather that smells of him like the rain. It's oddly comforting. You can turn around now, I say. His broad shoulders stiffen for a second before relaxing. The muscles in his back taunt as he turns around. We are 5 feet apart, and the height difference is immense. I stop below his chest, and that's terrifying since I only reached Mason's shoulder. This guy is of a monstrous size. He would tower over Mason, which showcased that he isn't a boy. He's a man. Our eyes meet and something flashes between those clear orbs like a spark of lightning. He pushes his hands into the front pockets of his jeans. Who are you? How do you know my name? I ask, the situation finally settling in on my mind. He clears his throat. Sorry. My name is Caden Throne, and I have been searching for you the past 3 months. Arching my brow at his confession. Why? Are you from the Stone Heart Pack? Caden's features morph in disgust at the mention of my old pack. No, awaiting his answer. I'm from the Blood Moon Pack. The shock is immediate, the fear creeping up my spine suddenly overwhelming every emotion. My heart seems to stop. The mere mention of the pack evokes terror. The Killer Blood Moon Pack, I recite. He nods in agreement, the tense grind of his teeth sharpening his jaw. There is pride in his stance. He isn't ashamed of being from the most bloodthirsty pack. Why? What does the Blood Moon Pack want with me? I stutter, the temperature of my body rising as I inhale his scent from the jacket for some comfort. Caden turns his head from side to side in deep concentration before returning his gaze back to me. I'm afraid that I can't divulge the details here. If you would come with me to the territory, I will be able to tell you everything. The dominance and bite to his words indicate that whatever he wants to say is of importance, confidential information. But I can't just go with a mere stranger, a man from the deadliest pack. Shaking my head, I can't go with you. I don't even know you. For all I know, you are luring me to my death. The expression on his face tugs on my heart. For a brief moment, I offended Caden. I would never do that to you. It's a promise that seems to stretch over time. It involves your parents' Amethyst, he states. I wasn't prepared for that. Not in a million years. The dream of meeting my parents has always been in the back of my mind. I pushed it so far down to protect myself from the crash of bitterness and sadness that would ruin me. But he knows about my parents, and I can't throw the chance away. Are they alive? His silence seems to go on for hours, but it was minutes before he answered. They are dead. Everything shatters, as if I'm not already a broken shell of a person. I need to know the details. I need to know what happened to them. I had so many questions that will remain unanswered if I don't follow him. There isn't much to lose. I'm a rogue, and walking into the belly of the most murderous pack doesn't seem as scary when I have nothing to live for. Okay, I'll go with you, Caden. Amethyst. This land was triple the size of Stoneheart. I couldn't contain the awe in my expression as I soaked in the vast territory of the Blood Moon Pack. Caden had a variety of women and men's clothing stored at the border. Opted for the washout ripped jeans and a plain V-neck black shirt. At the border, it was surrounded with huge gates that reminded me of a prison. About 10 men that I could make out were standing guard, while the rest were camouflaged. Fear started to lick up my spine. I imagined a prison with murderous wolves surrounding me like I was their next meal. Jade didn't emit all the emotions crawling under my skin. She felt at peace, like someone had ran their fingers through her fur and told her everything would be fine. She felt a familiarity to the territory, or to the pack. I wasn't sure since this the first encounter with both. The experience I expected was shattered by what I received. The Stoneheart pack was located within the forest. Each house was made from logs that resembled the Stone Age. Alpha Jack never took care of his land. We blended into the forest like vines around an old house. The Blood Moon Pack was different. It was a step into the future. They lived within the forest as well, but it was like stepping into another realm. Cemented pavements, brick-built houses that are painted white or gray, pulled lights at each stop for the night, so that they weren't bathed in darkness. A gigantic fountain of 2 wolves battling each other. Small pups played around the terrifying marbled fountain with huge smiles on their tiny faces, praising what appeared to be their ancestors. Everyone had on genuine smiles, no terror or sadness lurking in their eyes. They are overflowing with happiness and joy that this pack provides them. I think back to Stoneheart Pack, where everyone was ruled with fear. Everyone was in a constant state of sadness. In the deadliest pack, everyone is happy. Shifting my attention to Caden, suddenly reminded that he was next to me. I catch him studying me, watching his people, a ghost of a smile on his face. Thought you would see dead bodies and people ravenous for meat? He teased. Jade laughed. She laughed at his joke. I snort even though I grow hot from embarrassment. Yes. He chuckles, and it makes me smile, a sound that radiates utter joy, and felt like sweet melodies to my ears. For a moment, I completely forget why I am here. He grows silent, mind linking someone and motions for me to follow him. We walk into the midst of the crowd. They are going to the mall, and everyone that passes, Caden greets him with respect. He shakes their hand, questions them about themselves or family. It's astounding how he remembers each of their names and details regarding their life. I gather he is someone of importance by their demeanor and respect. Caden and the Blood Moon pack are the opposite of my old pack. After about 20 minutes, we finally make it to the mansion. It can be compared to a castle, the eerie vibe as it is secluded from the rest of the pack. Painted black everywhere, from the roof tiles to the pointed towers on each side. The double doors at the entrance had a gold crest of the wolves that were struck at the fountain, only fire surrounding them. Wasn't that a bit too dark? Apparently, he mind-linked with someone, and the doors made a loud clicking sound before opening. Compared to the exterior that resembled a haunted mansion, the inside was bathed in white. White tiles, polished to the point that I could see our reflection. The walls were matte as snow, and if you stepped closer, there were intricate designs imprinted into them in white as well. Therefore, it gave an illusion. The house was quiet to the point that you could hear a pin drop. Weren't there other people that lived here? Surely he didn't stay in this place all by himself. "Do you stay here?" I ask, trailing behind him as I take in the artwork hung on the walls. They were brush strokes, different colors melting into each other. It made me want to study it, attempt to figure out what simple colors could make. Yes, not bothering to wander, falling into his steps as the smell of rain suddenly knocks me off my feet. His scent is intoxicating and causes massive short circuits in my brain, and I don't know why. He doesn't even know that the scent of rain perfumes the air from his skin. Do other people live here? We halt at a black door. There is some sort of screen against the door, and he places his thumb. A green scanner flashing before the sound of locks opening fills the silence. Yes, only a few. I don't get a chance to ponder on the answer, because he opens the door and gestures for me to go in first. It's bathed in darkness. The blinds are closed. He switches on a light, highlighting the office in front of me. A raven-colored desk situated near the large window that probably overlooks the pack. Stacks of books on either side of our history over the years and records of pack members. There are 2 seats opposite the head of the desk, and it seems to be maintained regularly by how pristine it is. The scent of lavender and herbs mingle together. Caden closes the door and walks towards the left bookcase. Pulling out a couple books and pressing a button, suddenly the bookcase moves. It reveals a small silver safe, a single keyhole. Caden takes off a necklace that I didn't even see, a matching key at the end, and pushes into it. He pulls out a thick beige folder, closing the safe, and the bookcase shifts back into place. Slipping the necklace back around his neck and moving towards the desk, he stands behind it while I halt at the front. His eyes are a mixture of pain and anger. They are a beckon into his soul, even if his features don't comply. "You should sit down for this," his deep voice suggests. I'm good. In return, he doesn't take the seat as well. We both stand, his body still towering over me. Setting the folder on the table, I expect for him to open it, but he doesn't. "Your parents were the Alpha and Luna of his pack," he starts. My eyes widen in shock, goosebumps arising on my skin. That cannot be. I am not the daughter of an Alpha. There is no way, it's not possible. I held no characteristics remotely close to an Alpha or Luna. I couldn't argue, my tongue feeling like sandpaper. Jade seems just as shocked by this piece of information. Didn't see that coming. Purple. Caden continues, despite my surprise. "There are 5 founding families in charge of the entire werewolf existence. They are said to be the first bloodline of werewolves to ever exist. Essentially, they are royalty to our kind. To make sure that the founding families don't go extinct, it is required for them to have pups, regardless of if it's 1 or 10. Whether it's by your mate or chosen, The rules don't matter as long as you produce an heir to continue your bloodline. Now, I'm speechless. Maybe it's due to the Stone Heart Pack keeping secrets from us, but there has never been any mention of these 5 founding families. Come to think of it, Alpha Jack altered our education to fit his desires, rather than give us the actual history of our people. I didn't know about these families. He nods. Some packs tend to not inform their people about these families because that provides the imagery that there are people above your alpha. If they don't teach you about the 5 founding families, then you won't cause an uproar and challenge the alpha. It's a tactic in order to instill fear. That aligns perfectly with the Stone Heart Pack. Among the founding families, there is a ranking system that differs every year. The 5th position belongs to the Harrow family. 4th is the Ravenstone family. 3rd is the Knight family. 2nd position belongs to the Hale family. And number 1 is the Phoenix family, he informs. I don't answer, waiting for him to continue. Alpha, Jeremy, and Luna Sophia, your parents, were not only the leaders of the Blood Moon Pack, but they were number 1 in the founding families for years. Your dad is of the Phoenix bloodline. You are Amethyst Phoenix, the last heir. Amethyst Phoenix. Shaking my head, the ringing in my ears drowning out the sounds of Jade's voice. There is no way I can't be a Phoenix. It has to be a mistake. I can't be an Alpha's daughter and a part of the number 1 founding family. No. You are mistaken. I'm not a Phoenix. This must be a mistake. I'm just an orphan. There is no way that I'm a part of this. No one wanted me. And I was found in a forest. You are confusing me with someone else, Caden, I chuckle humorlessly. Caden shakes his head, his eyes turn clear under the bright light. And for a second, his pupil disappears. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. He opens the folder and shows me a birth certificate. My name Amethyst Phoenix written in cursive on a worn-out brown paper with the parents' names below. Jeremy Phoenix and Sophia Phoenix. Next, he shows me a picture. I wasn't prepared for this. My parents are dead. I have no idea what they looked like. And the sting wasn't as bad. But now it's like a boulder is crushing my chest. In the palm-sized photo is 2 people holding a baby. The woman had straight black hair that ran to her waist, porcelain skin, a straight nose, and a heart-shaped face. Her beauty is ethereal, but the one thing that captivated me, showcasing the striking resemblance, is the purple eyes. No one has had this eye color besides me. It's why I got teased the most, because my eye color was unnatural. But on her it radiated power and magic of a moon goddess. The man next to her had the same inky hair, messily tossed as if he never slept. That was evident in the bags under his eyes, but that didn't draw away from his beautiful smile. Sharp cheekbones, stubble coating his face, and piercing honeyed-colored eyes. His teeth are white, blending into the walls. In between them, they held a baby, a girl by the color of her blanket. The baby's eyes are a darker shade of purple than the woman. The baby is smiling at them, completely happy. They were happy with their baby girl. It's written all over their face. My eyes burn. I couldn't contain them any longer because I knew that blanket. There was a knitted AP into the bottom of the pink blanket in white, the lacy trim around the edges matching the one the Stone Heart Pack found me in. My parents, in this picture, they're so beautiful and happy. Now they are gone. Why didn't they want me? My voice cracks through the sobs as I furiously wipe the tears away, but they wouldn't stop. My heart aches like someone is squeezing the organ until it bleeds and pops. I couldn't see anything through my blurry eyes. They were hurting me. Until I felt heat envelop me. Werewolves are natural heaters. But I've always been cold. Now the fire wraps around me like a blanket. The scent of rain soothes the headache that's blooming as I bury my face into his chest. His grip on me is tight, and I'm thankful because he's the only thing keeping me from collapsing. They wanted to keep you. You were their everything, the entire moon for them. When you were 6 months, someone slid past our border and attempted to kill you. They thought it was a one-time thing until the next night when it happened again. They couldn't risk losing you. Having the phoenix blood made you the easiest target. They decided that the best way to protect you was to let you go and make everyone believe that you died. Alpha Jeremy and Luna Sophia weren't the same after they had to give you up. I think they were angry that being a phoenix meant that they had to give up their family, so they threw themselves into the pack. Made it what it is today, the most dangerous pack in the world. Wrapping my fist around the fabric of his shirt as I cry. For once, I let my emotions override my entire body. Caden tightens his hold on me, letting me process his words. Everyone fears the Blood Moon Pack. The reputation it carries is true. We are a murderous pack, but everyone assumes that the Alpha and Luna abused their own people. It's not true. You saw how it is. Everyone is treated with kindness, respect, and love. Your parents cared so much about everyone and treated them like their own children because they couldn't be with you. But that doesn't mean they stopped looking for you, that they didn't stop loving you until their last breath. How did they die? I ask in a whisper. They were assassinated. Who did it? A fierce growl emitting from my lips as I retract from his arms. The rage is evident on his face. We don't know, but I will find out. I will help them. I will avenge my parents. I will destroy the people that took my parents away from me and this pack. What do you want with me? You have to be the next Alpha, the heir to the Phoenix family, otherwise our people will have to turn rogue, and the heritage of your family will die. It will be like your parents never existed. My jaw drops. I can't be the Alpha. I don't know anything about this kind of life. In the previous pack I was in, they only taught us what they wanted us to know. I can't even fight. Caden has determination written all over his face, a promise held in his eyes. I will teach you. Everyone in this pack will help you. And you have time. You can only claim the title of Alpha of the Blood Moon Pack when you turn 21. By then, you have all the strength, knowledge, and power to rule this pack and find whoever killed your parents. The words sink in. I will have 5 years to change, to become the Alpha that this pack deserves. I won't have to be powerless and weak any longer. Everything I have experienced, the torture and torment, has led to this moment. Because I want to be strong, I want to be worthy of the Phoenix name and follow in my parents' footsteps. They didn't abandon me because they didn't want me. They protected me because they loved me. Someone stole them from me, robbed our chances of being a family, and took away the Alpha and Luna of this pack. It burned my skin, seared my soul. I'll do it. I won't be weak any longer. I want to be worthy enough of being the Blood Moon Pack's Alpha. It won't easy, Amethyst. You will have to go through training, and part of that includes killing people. Like I said, I'm ready to become someone strong. Amethyst Phoenix. After the revelation of my heritage, Caden suggested that it would be best for me to rest for the night and discuss further on what will happen tomorrow. To keep in contact with me, he gave me a brand new smartphone that was still in the box. Apparently, it's an iPhone, and we didn't have these types of technology in the Stone Heart Pack. The only reason I know about smartphones is because of this program I used to watch on the old box television set in the orphanage. He simply showed me how to answer a call and text. If I needed anything, or if I needed him, I must use this device to contact him. Now that seems powerful. Another surprising aspect that he mentioned is that this haunted castle is mine. Not legally yet, but Caden showed me the documents in the folder, which consisted of many things being put in our name. There are 3 other people that reside within this mansion, and to my advantage, they are out doing pack business and won't be home for another week. Which leaves Caden and I, although his room is at the left wing on the 3rd floor, while mine is on the 4th floor. Pushing the thought of Caden's room being directly below me out of my mind, the last thing I need is to fall for someone after what my mate, made by the moon goddess just for me, did. My room was painted in white, blinding to the point that even Jade got irritated, and her fur is the color of snow. Our windows span from the roof to the floor, providing a complete landscape view of the forest behind the mansion. The grounds are huge, stretching like an American football field before disappearing into the woods. Caden said that it's used for pack training on some occasions, and he will respect my wishes to not have other people in the house yet. I have never slept so peacefully, without the constant edge that Jade and I were subjected to. One time, we woke up to cold water being splashed on our faces simply for others' amusement. This house felt safe. Maybe it's the essence of my parents embedded in the walls that provides that comforting blanket. The additional security came from Caden. Knowing he was in the house with me gave me peace of mind. My stomach growled as the sweet aroma tickled my nose. Following the scent, I come face to face with a large rectangular table that is seated for 12. On the stoned table, a wide spread of breakfast that descended from savory to sweet. I couldn't bother with manners, having only eaten raw meat for 3 months. Grabbing the sleek white plate, I sit down and fill it until there isn't any space left, completely devouring my first meal, scarfing down the bacon and scrambled eggs while munching on my toast. My mind becomes blank as I chew, relishing in the food. The sound of a throat clearing brings me back to the present, and Caden towers over the space opposite me. I think he wakes up looking like a sculpted god. How is it possible to look this breathtaking at 9 in the morning? The white V-neck shirt outlines his muscular chest and gives me complete access to analyze his sleeve. They were covered in paragraphs and designs that I couldn't interpret. Midnight-colored jeans that were the perfect fit between tight and baggy. Caden is gigantic. His palm is the size of my face, and that alone should instill fear anyone but not me. He takes a seat, plating a large amount of food, and eats with elegance. Unlike me, he is well-mannered. I thought it would be more comfortable to have this discussion over food. He smiles in reassurance, and that simple gesture makes my heart thud against my ribs. He can hear it, there no doubt. Simply dismissing the natural reaction I have to him, I nod in agreement. 5 minutes pass before I ask the question that's been gnawing at me. Are we related? He chokes on the bacon, coughing profusely, and I fill an empty glass with the jug of water and hand it over to him. Caden gulps it down, sighing in relief. Why would you ask that? He rasps, since we don't have any features similar to each other that could warrant that question. They left everything to us, I emphasize. A mist of anger and sadness passes through him, the memory clearly haunting him as he speaks. When I was 5, my pack was ambushed and burned to the ground. I was the only survivor and your parents found me. They saved me. They took care of me when I had nothing. The Alpha and Luna are my adopted parents. Not legally, but in here pressing his flat palm against his heart. Maybe that's why this string that constantly draws me to him stems from his connection with my parents. It's like a gentle caress from the sun, wrapping me up in its warmth. Only, he wraps the rain in heat, tugging on my lip as he finishes his plate. Would it matter if he was older? Jade questions, staring at him like he hung the stars. He is a man of honor, from what I can tell. And need I remind you, we are 16. Jade laughs. How old are you? I blurt. Caden refocuses his attention from the plate to me. The clear sky evident in his eyes are becoming masked with clouds. It's a strong sensation that sparks through my skin as he studies me, knowing the reaction he causes by the way my heart beats wildly in my chest. 23, his voice stern and domineering in order to get his point across. It's like I was dropped into the cold ocean. Not even the warmth from Jade could stop me from getting hyperthermia. Sure, his features and mannerisms showcased that he was mature, wise beyond his years. But I never thought he would be 23. I mean, Mason was 18 and he didn't even scrap the surface of reaching Caden's level. A 7-year age gap. Fuck. As I said before, Caden is intelligent and wise. Which is how I know that he recognizes that look in my eyes. Don't even start it because I am too old for you, Amethyst, his deep voice warns. It's the first time I hear the tone of an alpha. It ripples through my skin and courses through my veins like fire, squashing the blooming feelings, passing it off as just affection for a man that saved me from dying in a forest. Who is in charge of the pack now? I am the temporary alpha until you are of age and ready to take over. Furrowing my brows, don't you want to be alpha? I mean, what will happen to you if I take over? Amethyst. I was the beta for the pack since I turned 18. There has never been a desire for me to be alpha. Once you become alpha, my job will be to help you, guide you, and protect you until my last breath. I will be your beta if you still want me. His voice is a declaration, and tender with affection. Not in a romantic way, but a protective instinct that one would have over their family. Caden has the ability to make everything sound simple, even when it's a mountain size of work and responsibilities. Are you going to tell the pack about me? His jaw tightens, a battle swarming in his eyes as he crosses his arms against his chest, accentuating his huge biceps that could crush me like a twig. I would like to not make it known that you are a phoenix, because you are young and vulnerable to threats that will arise. If they take you out, this pack is done for. Some of them will catch on the resemblance. And that's natural, but it will be a rumor, and it can't be proven unless we tell them. Until you get stronger, it shall be kept a secret, he instructs. That brings a certain weight off my shoulders. Everyone would have high expectations for me if they found out that I am the daughter to the great Alpha and Luna of this pack. I barely even survived in the forest, and being subjected to that scrutiny wouldn't have made this any easier. I think that's best. I smile reassuringly. He doesn't return it. Instead, he continues. You will take over when you turn 21. There will be a ceremony and sworn oaths that will connect you to the pack in the way the Alpha and Luna did with them. For now, you will be introduced as a new trainee for the pack's assassination team. This way we can do the oath that will make you a part of the pack, initiating the mind link. Everything is overwhelming me. I can't think this far into the future when I'm barely able to fight in the present. This is a lot to take in. Caden melts with sympathy. I know it's a lot. You have been through a lot, Amethyst, but I know you are a fighter. You will become stronger and be the alpha that this pack needs. His words soothe the anxiety that slowly drowns me. Where do we start? I ask. OHMYGODKADENYOUHAVAAGIRLIEA. Deep voice yells at the top of their lungs that it almost bursts my eardrums. He is right there, Callan, a feminine voice scolds, the sound of a smack drawing my attention towards them. Our eyes connect, and theirs widen, and they ask in unison, Who are you? Amethyst, Phoenix. The silence was creeping around us. Two people entered the kitchen, completely caught off guard by my appearance. They seemed to be twins. The girl had short, midnight waves that ended right next to her defined jawline. Piercing silver eyes with long lashes coated in mascara. Matching safety pin earrings and wine-stained lips. Tight, leather skirt that accentuated her ass, and a faded t-shirt knotted at the front. The words Nirvana written across her breasts. The boy had equal, intense, metallic-colored eyes, tiny black hoops on each ear, and another on the left side of his fat pink lips, a sharp jawline that could be from a statue. He had an undercut, the messily tossed black waves cascading across his forehead, matching sweatpants that hung loosely on his waist, giving a perfect view of the V-lines at his waist. The stranger was shirtless beneath a leather jacket, six-pack partially concealed. Those eyes, the girl says in a mixture of awe and shock. Caden signs behind me. Thought you guys would be coming back next week. The boy answers. We finished early. The vampire was sloppy enough to leave a trail. His eyes were studying me rather intensely as he took a few steps in my direction. The scent reminding me sweet baked treats we weren't allowed to have, vanilla. He was doing the same, scenting me. Why does she smell like a rogue? He asks, skeptically, not taking his eyes off me. What's going on here, Caden? The stern voice of the girl questions. It grows quiet. They are communicating through their mind link, which makes me envious. There has never been a connection like this when it came to me. No one bothered to mind link with orphans, and neither did we do it among ourselves. A sad existence to know that even with the ability to speak to many people, you are completely alone. Shifting my attention to Caden, who is in full defense mode. I can almost see his wolf peeking through his glowing blue eyes. That's hot, Jade smirks, her tongue practically hanging out of her mouth. Behave, he's older than us, I scold. Jade completely disregards my comment and continues to admire Caden. Our age gap is drastic, and yet I couldn't stop admiring his protectiveness and dominance. The temporary alpha of the Blood Moon Pack, he is a natural-born leader. Enough. Take a seat, he commanded. The alpha tone making us jump. He wasn't having their shit right now. The two take a seat, next to each other, and 3 seats away from me. They didn't have hatred in their eyes towards me. That's considered a bonus in my book. However, they kept staring at me like I seemed otherworldly. Amethyst, this is Sage and Callan King. They live in the house as well, he informs. I give a small smile, wondering how living with them is going to go, because right now, we are on the line of whether they should like me or hate me. That's a cool name, the girl says, a smirk forming on her lips, which surprised me. Your name matches your eyes, the boy points out, studying me with a wicked grin that could get any girl to give their heart to him. She's 16, Caden deadpans. His eyes widen and the girl laughs. Jailbait. Amethyst Phoenix, Caden announces. My full name. The shock is evident upon my expression. Sage and Callan's laughter halted, and surprise flashes in their features. Jaw dropped. But the Alpha and Luna never told us Sage voices. No one knew on the day of their death. I found Luna Sophia, and she told me about their daughter before she could die. Death. It hung in the air. Vengeance and sorrow captured the room as they relived their beloved Alpha and Luna death, how it crippled and pained them. You have to tell everyone, Callan urges, a surge of hope sparkling in his eyes, while Sage stares through the table. Deep in thought, immediately, Caden answers, No. She's the last living phoenix. If we tell anyone, then she will likely be dead by tomorrow. Callan doesn't agree, his lips pursing as he tugs on the lip ring, ready to argue, but Sage stops him. He's right. Amethyst won't be safe. Whoever killed the Alpha and Luna are still out there. They will immediately come for her. Her words seem to hit Callan into realization. I feel uncomfortable not being able to voice my thoughts. Then again, I'm not in a position to argue. Who is the third person that lives here? The question slipping off my tongue in order to ease the tension warping the room. They all groan in frustration, playfully. That would be Blaze. And we are so lucky that he's off on some mission for the next 3 months, Sage answers. He will not leave you alone. Trust me, Callan warns. I chuckle. So, 5 people will be living in the house. Sage smiles in joy. Fuck yes. I'm tired of being the only girl in the house besides the ones these assholes bring to fuck, pointing at Caden and Callan. I know it shouldn't, but the mention of Caden having sex turns my stomach. I'm not a woman, a mere girl in his eyes, and that's quite obvious. Will you tell Blaze? I ask. Caden nods. Sage, Callan, and Blaze are trustworthy. Their loyalty runs deep, not only to the pack, but to me. This will extend to you. They will keep your secret. I take in Callan and Sage as they mime a motion of zipping their lips. Thank you. They wave off my appreciation. How old are you guys? 18, they reply in unison. We have to get ready for Red. That's where Amethyst will be training from now on, Caden informs. They all stand, going to this mysterious place. What is Red? It's the name of our organization that specializes in training a specific group of people to become lethal weapons Callan relays. You will form a bond with the members of Red, which consists of 10 people. You will be able to mind-link them through the oath you swear when joining the organization, Caden instructs as we leave the house. Hope you aren't scared of a little blood, Sage teases. All the encounters I had with blood wasn't drastic, nor did it strike fear within me. I seem to feel comfortable around it, but torturing and killing someone is totally different from seeing blood. My limits are about to be tested, and I'm willing to push the boundaries. I'm not. I'll get used to the rest of what's to come. Sage appears next to me, hitting me with her jasmine scent, throwing an arm around my shoulder and casually giving me a wink. We are going to be such good friends. Amethyst Phoenix. R.E.D. An organization created by the Phoenix bloodline specifically designed to create lethal weapons. Caden provided a brief backstory on how it was established. Supposedly, my great-great-great-grandfather Max built the organization in order to protect our bloodline and the pack from extinction. The 4 founding families attempted to assassinate his son and daughter, who were between the ages of 5 and 7 during the full moon. That when he realized that having a simple treaty wouldn't absolute the threats they carry, being number 1 came at a price. R.E.D. exists only in the Blood Moon Pack. It evolved into a business where we hunt vampires, fays, witches, etc. It has earned a reputation, and the rest of the families are afraid to attempt another assassination because we could easily wipe their entire pack off the face of the earth. The training is intense and brutal according to Sage and Callan. I anticipated that since this is the deadliest pack we are talking about. Caden went in depth about how it is essential to train our human body. The skills that I will be taught in R.E.D. can only be accomplished with the use of our human side more than our werewolf side. Some of us tend to rely solely on our werewolf, and that also leaves us vulnerable in our human state. We could be injected with wolfsbane and be rendered completely useless because we don't know how to defend ourselves in our human form. There is training for our werewolf side, but that's only after we have trained enough to be able to defend and attack in our human skin. Caden took us out of the busy town. Yes, this pack built an entire town with malls, and some of the pack members even have jobs in local stores. It took us over half an hour to reach our destination, deep within the forest and concealed by the thick, tall trees. It is a 3-story building, black double doors immediately opening as Caden reached the top of the stairs. The interior was simple, dozens of people situated in square compartments with a computer in front of them. Papers scattered all over their desks with colorful graphs. The pack has multiple businesses that are taken care of in here. We have various locations all over the world, and investments in stock markets, Caden recites. What stock markets? I quiz. I'll explain it when we get home. Bypassing the pristine-suited people, it seemed to be ages before we hit an actual white wall. Shifting my attention to Sage and Callan, clearing in need of answers. Shouldn't we turn back? Callan laughs, the silver dripping into his pupils as he smiles. I love these reactions. Caden places his hand flat against the left corner and swipes his hand across the smooth surface, all the way to the right corner. Honestly, anyone would think he was an idiot by that simple action. That's not the case in this pack. The wall suddenly splits in half and pulls away to showcase another lengthy hallway colored dark gray. The awe is written all over my face because Caden actually laughs at me. Those sapphires twinkle with amusement. and a smile graces his lips for the first time since I met him. The simple action brought an intense pounding in my chest, my heart knocking on my ribs as if his smile was the most precious thing in the world. I'm simply a delusional teenager. Yeah, that's it. It will pass. A whooshing sound escapes Callan's lips as he takes lead. It's like the Matrix. Matrix? All three of their heads swivel to focus on me, surprise and sympathy flashing in their eyes. Caden's features quickly turn to ice. You don't know about the Matrix movies? Shaking my head. It's a cult classic. Don't you watch movies? Sage asks. Not really. We had a box television set, and hardly anyone cared to watch it since the connection was bad, and only documentaries would be played. That really goads the opposite of what I wanted. It's pity in their eyes. Caden remains cold but sage, and Callan are practically a fountain. Coming to the Blood Moon Pack only opened my eyes to how horribly we were treated in the Stone Heart Pack. This pack cared about their people, provided for them, and protected them. My old pack didn't care about their members, only about the money they could harvest for themselves. The Blood Moon Pack is unmatched. Their first priority is their people, and that's what makes them all happy to stay here. I am declaring that every Friday will be movie night. It will mandatory that you all attend, and we will start with the classics Sage declares, swaying her hips as she leads. Suddenly turning back, pointing her finger at Callan and then Caden. You cannot back out. We will have movie night no matter what you are doing. I was surprised by her tone, and yet Caden and Callan weren't even the least bit fazed, walking ahead of her. I'm down as long as there's food, Callan shrugs. I'll make time, Caden declares. This time, I wasn't moved because of Caden. I was close to tears because movie night would make me happy, having experiences with friends. Reaching the end of the hallway, another shiny, reflective wall in front of us. Callan placed his hand against a screen. A green flash ran across his palm, and a beep filled the silence. The thick wall in front of us began to drop into the ground. A slight tremor vibrates through my body from the impact. I am met with a huge space. I'm talking like the size of the forest huge. Multiple people were rapidly typing upon their keyboards, the sound bouncing off the walls. Opposite us, the wall above these many people are a large screen. The outline of a map with green and red dots placed all around the world. Is it your job to always leave me speechless? I ask Caden, indicating to the scene in front of us. It can get overwhelming at first, Caden answers, and that's the last of the conversation before we start walking again. All I seem to be doing today is cardio. Halting at a glass door, Caden motions for us to step in and the room is empty. It's a training area. The black padding on the floor is stiff but not super soft. Wall-to-wall mirrors at all four corners. The scent of detergent, strong and giving me a headache. This is our combat training room, Sage answers as I take in the area. There are different rooms designed for different styles of training. This room is designed for hand-to-hand combat, hence the flooring and lack of weapons, Caden motions. There are bright lights above us, spotlighting the entire floor. It could blind anyone if they stared directly into it, and that's probably done on purpose. I will give you a demonstration. Callan, Sage Caden instructs. Caden positions himself in the middle of the room and Callan grins, a dark cast clouding his features. He tosses the leather jacket onto the ground, giving me a perfect view of his muscles. He's not bulky like Caden. His muscles are defined and sculpted into fine art. Sage cracks her neck, and I realize that she is also participating. Isn't this a little unfair? 2 against 1? Firstly, a fight will never be fair. You should always anticipate the worst, Caden teaches. Sage laughs. Trust me, Amethyst. The two of us combined aren't enough to hurt him. Caden doesn't move an inch as the twins circle him. It's thrilling, the adrenaline racing through my veins as I watch the fight unravel before me. The twins attack from both sides, Caden uses his supernatural speed to move out of the way. Sage and Callan aren't deterred. With their own speed, punches are thrown. You wouldn't be able to see it with the human eye, but we are supernatural creatures after all. It comes at every angle. I'm surprised that Caden can keep up and easily block every attack. I should be afraid, I should be scared that my new friends are fighting, but I'm completely enthralled. It's captivating each way their bodies move to attack or defend. It's magnificent, like an out-of-body experience. All that kept playing through my mind is that I want to be able to do this. Jade is giddy with excitement. It looks like so much fun. Yes, it does. I smile. Sage drops to the ground, attempting to slide her leg underneath Caden. He grabs her ankle and front flips, making Sage land on her face. Callan comes at him with his fist. Caden grabs his forearm and twists Callan's own arm around his neck, choking him. Fuck. Out, he taps against Caden. The twins groan, clearly infuriated by their lose. I don't see it as defeat. They inspired me in a way. Craving to be able to fight like that, with precision and calculation. Sage and Callan are strong and fierce warriors. I want to be one of them. You will begin training in hand-to-hand combat for the first few months. When you have mastered the fighting styles, we move on to weapons. I nod eagerly, completely entrapped by this newfound fighting style. I'm so ready. The twins chuckle. You aren't. But you will be. Caden finishes. Caden thrown. Today was long. I didn't anticipate Sage and Callan coming home early. Amethyst won't have any time to adjust, and training will start earlier than scheduled. But she seemed eager to begin. Currently, Amethyst is asleep on the couch, thick inky waves concealing her features. Callan is opposite her on the couch, her sock-covered feet on his chest while his feet hang off the sofa. Soft snores escape his parted lips. There is a pile of junk food on the coffee table, and scattered all over the floor are opened chocolate wrappers and popcorn. I've never seen someone's eyes glow at the sight of candy. Amethyst's wolf practically leaped over the table for the chocolate. She was fascinated by all the different flavors and devoured everything. Sage and Callan might have been partial to a newcomer, but after learning that she is the daughter of our deceased Alpha and Luna, they became insanely protective. Of course, that morphed into friendship and not just duty, since Amethyst is kind and funny. They meshed. I can already see the trouble they will get into. Her soul has been scarred by the Stoneheart Pack. The abuse and torture she endured is enough to mess with someone's mind and heart. But Amethyst pushes despite the obvious pain she endured, and continues to. Those eyes give her away. It's a window into her soul. Those enthralling lilac-colored eyes. It's completely unnatural, and the only reason humans would question whether she was supernatural. A few shades lighter than Luna Sophia's, whose was a mix between a plum and a grape. Amethyst's is the color of the crystal, and they radiate energy depending on her emotions. I couldn't imagine the agony she had to endure, from being abused and mistreated to rejection. There isn't anything more that could destroy her, having faced the worst fate since birth. Whether the moon goddess brought her here, there is one thing that's evidently clear. She will fight and ensure that no one will be able to hurt her again. Sage's voice draws me out of my thoughts of Amethyst. I can't believe they had a daughter, and no one knew. Inhaling through the emotions, the scent of popcorn fermenting the air. It must have been hard for them to give her up and then live without her, her tone filled with sorrow as she imagines what they had to endure. I think what's worse is that they never met her. They died not being able to see her, I state. The realization has been with me since I found her. Sage grew quiet because the truth was painful. They suffered in silence, and none of us saw until it was too late. This won't be easy for her, referring to the many obstacles that she will have to face. Do you think she can do it? Become the alpha to the pack and heir to the Phoenix bloodline? Sage questions with concern. It's natural for us. Amethyst is soft-natured compared to the abuse she has endured. But there is fire in her eyes. When she watched us fight, I saw the flames engulfing her with a thrill. She wants this. Amethyst will be powerful, and they will fear her. Especially whoever killed the Alpha and Luna I grit. Amethyst will need us. Sage, Callan, and Blaze will be the only ones to know her true identity. In ED, she will be known as someone who was mistreated by the Stone Heart Pack. We never question last names unless it's tied to power, so no one will think twice about her not having one. The training she will go through will be brutal, and I have a feeling that she might enjoy it. That excitement she showcased during the fight illustrates that Amethyst finds interests in violence. Maybe it's the power she craves, to become strong enough so that no one can hurt her anymore. The fierce determination and fire in her eyes is an indication that no matter what Amethyst will face, she will overcome it. You know she likes you, right? Sage chuckles. Amethyst is 16 and it was written all over her face the moment I found her in the forest. Those crystal eyes were flooded with affection, holding a thread to her heart. She is still recovering from the rejection of her mate, and I happen to be the one to save her from dying in a forest. All those mixed emotions she is feeling is easily being mistaken into love for me. It is a crush, and I don't blame her after what that asshole did to her. I am the only person to show her kindness, and that confuses her. It will pass after she realizes that there will never be anything between us, I answer. Is it because of the age gap? Among other things. There are too many reasons besides our age difference that will ensure we would never work. The mere thought will be perished from her mind over time. I don't go for small girls, nor do I feel any romantic connection towards her. Her crush on me will pass once she starts meeting more boys her own age. Sage is good at deciphering a situation, and while she holds her tongue now, I know her mind is wandering between us. Walking over to Amethyst, scooping her up into my arms, one hand behind her back and the other under her knees. I'll put her to bed. Sage closes the distance. Although she is young, Sage has a protective, motherly nature. There is hell to pay whenever someone she loves gets hurt. She brushes Amethyst's hair behind her ear, showcasing her rosy cheeks since the heat probably cocooned her during slumber. Are you scared for her? I ask, watching sympathy cloud her gray eyes. Instantly, a mischievous grin forms on her lips. No. She will become stronger than us, and no one will be able to hurt her ever again. I could feel my own smile forming at the future. Amethyst has immense potential and determination that will make her push past her limits. The house is quiet as I walk down our wing. Callan makes a sound in between a snort and a snore, and Sage mutters that her twin is disgusting. It's a never-ending roller coaster with those two. Once I get to Amethyst's room, the scent of roses and a hint of lavender instantly hits me. That's the thing with her scent. It's impossibly sweet. And after you think you can't handle it anymore, the lavender balances it out. A push and pull effect that I haven't come across before. She has a unique scent. No wolf I have encountered has anything similar. It can be related to her phoenix blood since the Alpha and Luna had scents unique to them. Placing her carefully onto the bed, attempting not to wake her up, Amethyst instantly wraps her arms around the pillow and buries the side of her face into it. There are so many things that could break her, and yet she overcomes the obstacles. After being beaten and bruised, she gained a vast amount of strength from those tragedies. Amethyst is a real phoenix. She was burned into ashes, and now she will rise, begin anew with the power to kill her enemies. There will be many enemies. Wolves will line up to kill her once they learn who she really is. Amethyst will have a constant target on her back, and that ache in my chest grows. I feel this overwhelming urge to protect her, and even Axel growls we will protect her, he fiercely declares. Maybe it stemmed from the love I had for the Alpha and Luna? But one thing is perfectly clear. I will protect her. I will help her. I will turn her into the Alpha. I will protect you, Amethyst, I vow. Amethyst Phoenix. 5 years later. I love running through the forest, pushing ourselves as Jade picks up her pace. We are bloodthirsty for our prey, the rain peltering our fur as the mud mixes into it. The adrenaline brings forth fire in our body, shielding us from the harsh cold. It's a rush I couldn't explain, almost like my first chase or kill. The anticipation of killing our prey, a vampire. It seems like just yesterday I was training to hunt, to kill, and now it has become a constant ritual in my life, and I'm all too eager for the next mission. The vampire known as Tyler, my latest mission, has lost control of his bloodlust and murdered a dozen humans. Now, we don't dabble in human affairs, nor are they aware of supernatural creatures on Earth. To them, we are mere fiction that you find in a fantasy novel. However, they are beginning to question the creatures of the night since you can't really explain bite marks and bodies drained of blood. Tyler is exposing his own race, and while that doesn't bother us, the risk of exposure to werewolves won't be far off. Humans are curious, therefore we must cut their interest. Jade speeds up as we catch sight of his silhouette. A dead giveaway is his platinum hair, his clothes soaked by the rain. His appearance isn't the only way to track him. Vampires give off the scent of death and decay. It's vile, and I have to resist the urge to vomit. Heightened senses are a blessing and a curse. The rain is coming down with full force, like tiny bolts of lightning. Tyler has reached his limit, all the blood he consumed rapidly, leaving his system. We have been doing this chase for an hour, and once he shows his weakness, Jade tackles him to the ground. Mud and dirt catching in our fur. We don't give him a chance to react, our canines ripping into his neck and tearing a chunk out. Lastly, while the blood gushes out of his neck, we rip off his head. I mind link our superior in R. A.D. Greg. Target has been dealt with. Excellent, Greg replies. My ability to mind link is limited to 10 people within our department at R.A.D., including Greg, a man in his late 40s, but doesn't look it. He is built like a machine, and the streaks of gray in his hair and beard doesn't diminish his dominating aura. It occurred during my second day at Blood Moon Pack. Everyone from R.A.D. was in attendance. Caden assured me that this type of mind link won't be any different when I take over the pack. I swore an oath to R.E.D. and cut my hand, droplets of blood coating the emblem of R.E.D. and the mind link formed. It wasn't painful, only brought upon a slight headache. Taking on the entire pack, yeah, that's going to hurt. Changing into the sparkly black dress I had hidden at the border, laced heels that tie all the way to my thighs. Luckily, my hair is naturally straight, so I leave it open and head to the party at the lake. It might not be a big deal, but it is. I'm allowed to go to parties only with Sage, Callan, or Blaze, never alone. Ever since Caden took over temporary guardianship of me, I'm questioned at every turn for the company I keep, or where I go besides training and missions. Sometimes I crave a reaction from him, and I act out. Otherwise, I'm content with watching movies at home. It's past 1, and when I arrive home, darkness wrapping the haunted mansion and making it even eerier. Sometimes I see ghosts, or maybe it's everyone's one-night stands. You could hear a pin drop when I enter. With heightened senses, there is no doubt that they could hear me if they are awake. Therefore, I try to be quiet, clutching my heels in my hand while I climb the stairs to my wing. You really think they aren't going to know you're home? Jade laughs. At least I'm not like Blaze, I sass. Blaze is chaotic. The first time we met, after 3 months of staying here, Blaze hugged me and tried to give me alcohol, the one that werewolves make in order to get drunk since human alcohol can't get us there. We got along easily after that. Blaze brings out the fun in everyone, even Caden. Blaze, Callan, and Sage treat me like a baby sister, especially if their one-night stands or partners give me shit. They are out the fucking door. It warms my heart, overwhelming me with emotions since I have never received that type of love before. Blaze is a mess when he comes home drunk, purposely going into everyone's room and tries to sleep in their bed, or he wakes us for round 2. He has guts to keep doing this, since last time he tried to sleep in Caden's bed. Blaze ended up being thrown out the window. Luckily, it wasn't high enough to kill him, only a sprained ankle. Speaking of the devil, why are you coming home this late? Caden's deep voice questions, busted. Jade laughs, but she secretly relishes in his attention. I dread turning around, mainly because anytime I see him, my entire existence feels like a molecule. Caden Throne is the man I am in love with since I was 16, and these feelings couldn't even compare to what I felt for my mate. Everyone assumed it was just a crush and it will pass. That clearly didn't happen. And my feelings evolved. Caden knows that I am in love with him. He doesn't waste an opportunity to make it known that he will never feel that way about me, destroying any flicker of hope that grows within my chest. Caden will never love me, and yet I can't stop loving him. The excitement mixes with the butterflies in my stomach. He garners that reaction every time. Turning around to face him, I am met with a shirtless Caden. Surely he can't expect me to diminish my feelings if he's displaying this delicious body in front of me. Over the years, he has tattooed every inch of his body in black ink. He still towers over me, and the muscles are more defined. Electric currents charge my body as I take in his defined abs and veins threaded through his forearm all the way to his biceps. Controlling my urges around him is tougher than any training I had to endure. He can easily smell my arousal if I don't fight with every ounce in my being to contain it. But how does he expect me to control myself when he is built like a fucking god? Caden has the sides shaved close to the scalp, leaving the middle slightly long until it reaches his eyes if it's not sleeked back. Dark gray sweatpants conceal him, and yet I follow the defined V-trail to his dick, attempting to block out how monstrous his size is. He is the definition of an enigma, wrapped in darkness and oozing power with every step. Those seemingly clear orbs, resembling the clearest ocean, and yet I could never peer into his soul the way he does to mine. Caden is captivating, sexy, and addicting. He has the ability to annihilate my entire existence. I had a mission. I smile sweetly, giving him the partial truth. I know you finished it early. Where did you go after? He fucking knows. You can't hide anything from Caden, the temporary alpha. Someone probably tattled on me, since he has a strict rule that I can't go to parties without supervisions, as if I'm a child. Caden takes being my guardian to another level. I am aware that he is being protective, since I am the future alpha and heir to the Phoenix bloodline. That my life is in constant danger. But I deserve some fun. A party at the lake. You can visibly see the fire erupting in his eyes, the anger that bleeds into those sapphires. There is a sense of satisfaction at his reaction. Gaining any sort out of emotion out of him is worth the wrath. The lake is where everyone hooks up, and I'm not kidding. I saw 5 couples fucking tonight. Caden has drawn the line between us quite clearly, but he still sees me as that small 16-year-old girl he rescued in the forest, and I wasn't that girl anymore. How many times have I told you that you aren't allowed to go there without someone with you? He scolds, rolling my eyes. How many times have I told you that I will do whatever I want? My words infuriate him even further. Do you enjoy testing my patience, Amethyst? My name rolling off his tongue is pure silk on my skin. Yes, I do enjoy testing his patience, wanting more than a simply scolding. Our heated argument is halted by a blonde woman coming out of his bedroom. wearing nothing but his crisp, white, formal shirt. Within a second, my rage boils until I feel every inch of my body erupting in fire. That sensation of someone punching my gut and making me lose my breath has returned. Everything sinks inside of me. I should be used to this feeling, but it never gets easier seeing him with someone else. "Come back to bed, baby," she calls with her sweet voice, even though her eyes shoot me daggers. I laugh, even as my anger and heartache eat me up inside. I'm not allowed to go out and fuck like any normal wolf here, but you can. "Fucking hypocrite," I laugh, walking away from him. Amethyst, Phoenix. Training begins as usual, Caden being our instructor for today. He rarely makes appearances since he is the temporary alpha, and I presume he wants to analyze my progress. We haven't discussed when I will take over, or if I am even on the right path in succeeding. When it comes to the founding families, I have only been told their names, and will know further details once he deems me capable of handling all the stresses that will ensue when I take over. I have a feeling that he wanted me to enjoy my teenage years as much as possible before I must take over these enormous responsibilities. His tone and demeanor can perceive him as a cold-hearted monster, but his actions showcase how pure his heart is. Caden does what's best for the pack, regardless of the sacrifices he has to make. And he makes a lot of them. Caden radiates power and authority, even in a black V-neck shirt and matching sweatpants. All his dark ink on display, the thread of veins straining against his skin. He is a walking temptation, and controlling my urges is proving to be difficult when he looks like sin. There are 3 other girls in R. D, Courtney, Madison, and Alice. We never have severe altercations, even though I am distinctly aware of their attraction to Caden. I can't behave like an immature child. Girls will admire him at every turn, and I can't control that since I don't own him. Sage and I get along with Alice, who is mated to another R.E.D. member known as Lion. The typical opposites attract connection since Lion is deadly. Even standing in his vicinity is a risk. He has a dark past and never wanted a mate, simply because he never wanted to hurt her. However, he couldn't resist Alice. I mean, who could? She is sweet, kind, and equally as menacing as him. By her appearance, you would question how she made it into R.A.D., and the answer is simple once you watch her kill. Lion is constantly consumed by rage, and Alice is the perfect balance to his darkness. He is completely soft for her, in the midst of training. With a scowl on his face, Lion will pull Alice into him and place a chaste kiss to her forehead. Fucking cute. Sadly, it brings forth an ugly green color to my inside. I'm envious of them. They are mated. The moon goddess blessed them with each other, and they couldn't be more perfect together. However, she paired me with a man consumed by greed and power. A twisted fate, since Caden will find his true mate, and I will be left alone. You good? Alice's sweet voice fills my head through the mind link. Yeah, I reply, cheerily, attempting to throw her off. Passing a smile to her, Alice reciprocates, and I watch Lion glare at me. He has a 6th sense when it comes to Alice. Anyone she speaks to, he will know. A possessive growl vibrates through my mind, and I find it cute and unnecessary, smirking at him just to gain a reaction. But his eyes are drawn to Alice, a conversation passing between them. You will be sparing in pairs today, Caden announces. The once sour mood I was in is instantly replaced with excitement, adrenaline kicking at the prospect of fighting. Everything becomes background noise when I start fighting. It's my only outlet that requires full attention of my mind and body. Amethyst and Noah. This will be fun. Locking eyes with Noah, who gives me one of those cheeky grins that makes every girl fall to their knees. Noah is 4 years older than me, been at R.A.D. since he was 13 and quite frankly a jokester. His best friend is Blaze, so you can imagine the trouble they get up to. I have faced everyone in RED countless times, many loses for the first 3 years, and then I started to win some of these spars. Winning isn't everything. It's all about skill and calculations. There is motivation whenever I lose. It only makes me train harder to become stronger. Caden goes through the pairing, and we begin to line up, our partners directly in front of us. The bright lights highlight each pairing in the room, and we stand a few feet apart. Noah is taller than me. Not like Caden, but I stop at his lips. Dark coffee-infused curls and caramel-colored orbs that turn gold when he is angry. His skin is a warm shade of olive, contouring every muscle in his lean body. The loser will have to buy lunch, Noah bets. I laugh. Hell yes, I have been craving some pasta. Everyone gets into their stance and waits until Caden says, "Begin." Noah and I start with a few punches to the face and body. Blood leaks from my nose and his split lip and cheek. After years of training, I have gained muscle and my punches are quite deadly if I need it to be. Our punches can be fatal, and during training, we have to use our max, otherwise it defeats the purpose, because an enemy won't go easy. We spar for 5 minutes. More blood and bruises until Caden tells us that we need to wrap it up. Noah aims right, grabbing his arm. I flip him over, but he lands on his feet, bringing a high kick to his face, knocking him off balance. Throwing punches at his exposed stomach as he blocks his face from any damage. Dropping low, I skate my leg under him, and he collapses onto his back. Straddling his hips, Noah grabs a fist full of my hair and headbutts me. I see black dots and a headache growing. He uses that as an opportunity to overpower me and flips us over. Through my distorted vision, I manage to lift my legs and wrap my thighs around his neck. The taste of blood sits on my tongue, but I don't stop, using my strength and watching as his skin tints a shade of red. He can't break free, and after a minute, Noah taps out, releasing. A sharp intake of air hits his lungs as I get to my feet. "Chicken Alfredo, please." Noah flips me off and I laugh, licking the blood currently coating my lips. Alice has Daniel on the ground, beaten. She is severely tiny and resembles a porcelain doll, and yet she can unleash all hell like Annabelle. Lion stares at her with pride and love, placing a kiss on her crown. Caden's voice interrupts my admiration of the couple. "We have a problem. Meet at the house," he mind-links. Bringing my attention towards his figure, I see his jaw tightening. Sage, Callan, and Blaze are focusing on him with the same confusions. What the fuck is going on? Amethyst, Phoenix. Something was wrong. The office grew with tension, fogging up the air and choking us. Sage sat halfway on the armrest of the chair, which Callan was seated on, deep concentration on the papers lying on the desk. Even Blaze was quiet for the first time. After finding out who I am, we were lucky he didn't scream it from the rooftop. So, to watch him not speak, the midnight waves tied loosely in a bun with strands falling out, showcasing his undercut and highlighting his green orbs filled with concern. Everyone was in distress, attempting to divert their attention away from me. Caden is dealing with some pack business, leaving us in his office to await something dreadful. The sun kisses the sky as it descends, illuminating the office in a purple and orange hue from the wall-to-wall windows. "It's about Amethyst, isn't it?" Blaze says. Sage and Callan shoot him daggers, but he is used to them and isn't the least bit threatened. You can't argue on his analysis since it is the truth. The silence becomes even more deafening until Caden finally arrives, anger clear in his features. He hasn't changed from his training clothes, and that isn't a good sign. It only showcases how severe this news is. Caden is going to drop a fucking bomb on us. Time moves impossibly slow with each step. When you get behind his desk, Caden doesn't take the seat, and instead rests his hands on the edge of the table. A growl escapes his lips. All the frustration and anger filled in his eyes as he looks at us. The once clear orbs are clouded, filled with rage and helplessness. They scan each of us before settling on me. It has been announced that they will remove the Phoenix bloodline from the founding families and instate a new bloodline. The walls close around me, eating at my very essence. After 5 years, they are removing my parents, my lineage as if it was a mere passing instead of centuries and centuries. We are all surprised, and that quickly morphs into hate for them. My parents were their Alpha and Luna, cherished by every single member in this pack. The founding families will remove them as if they hadn't held the #1 spot for years, as if someone didn't assassinate them. They will simply be forgotten among these elite families. They can't do that. Phoenix is one of the original founding families, I argue, rage burning inside of me. Caden's fury is reaching the surface. He is barely reining himself in from exploding. It's all over his face. The clenching of his jaw and the way his hands are reaching there, breaking point of shattering the desk, running his fingers vigorously through his hair to calm himself. According to them, the Phoenix bloodline has ruled long enough, and since there are no heirs, they can't hold the spot for a dead lineage. There has to be 5 active founding families to maintain peace. Why do we even need 5 families? What do they even fucking do for us? Blaze questions. They upheld the peace between packs and different races in order to prevent a war from breaking out. The 5 families consult with the other families of different races. This is why we aren't at war with the Fays and vampires anymore. Without them, all our power would be diminished, and we would go extinct, Caden explains. Also, the moon goddess created these 5 families that gave birth to dozens. It's about respect, sage finishes. Our reasons might not be much, but rules are important within the supernatural. If we don't abide by them, then we will surely lead ourselves to our demise. The problem we are facing is the fact that they want to add another unknown family that hasn't been sacrificing for years like the Phoenix bloodline. When will the new family be announced? I question. Next week, we have 7 days to decide on what to do, Caden informs, furrowing my brows. There is a clear answer in front of us. What do you mean decide? Amethyst has to take over now. We have to tell them about her, Sage declares. Caden remains silent, clenching his jaw tightly, and says Amethyst isn't ready to take over. If you think unrequested love is the worst, no, it isn't. Hearing that the only person who saved you, who taught you to be strong, is the one that thinks you aren't ready to face the threat that is coming. My eyes widen in shock, simmering rage consuming my body at his words. The only connection to my parents, the temporary alpha of Blood Moon, has admitted that he doesn't think I'm ready to be alpha. You have to be joking, Caden. I've trained non-stop for 5 years. I have learned everything in order to become alpha. I grit. There is no argument or remorse in his eyes, just a cold gaze. You haven't even begun to learn every dark detail. You aren't ready to become a founding member. I chuckle humorlessly. It's not like we have a choice anymore. If we don't do something now, they will kill the Phoenix bloodline from the founding families, and then what? Whoever killed my parents, your Alpha and Luna, would have succeeded in eradicating their existence. Someone with that much power to infiltrate our territory and kill our Alpha and Luna isn't ordinary. They are beyond powerful, Callan adds. Whether you agree or not, she has to take over, Caden Sage states. Caden shakes his head, closing his eyes and opening them ever so slowly, as if he is battling with himself. She isn't ready. I will never be ready, but we don't have the luxury to wait another 5 years. Caden is having an internal battle. The bottling rage and protective instinct are mixing and blinding him from the truth. Do you want to be alpha? Is that what this is about? You like being alpha and you love the power it gives you, I analyze, unleashing my temper on him. Partial truth Or maybe my full-blown imagination. Caden shoots daggers at my direction. You know that's not true, Amethyst. I think it is true. It makes total sense now. This is why you don't want me to be alpha. You like having all this power, and once you hand it over to me, you will be nothing but my beta. I spit. I'm running on fuel, taking out my anger on him. I didn't even hear everyone leave. They must have noticed the heated argument brewing between us. I might be overreacting, but these fuckers want to remove my parents' lineage, and Caden doesn't think I'm ready to be alpha. I have been training consistently to ensure that I retain everything required to be the alpha this pack deserves. Caden sees me as the same small girl he rescued when I am not that girl anymore. Caden is attempting to not burst, the vein in his forehead protruding along with the threads in his hands from clutching the table so hard that it turns his knuckles white. You love being alpha, admit it. You feel disgusted that you would have to be my beta. You will have to answer to me and bow down to fucking me. Caden grabs the closest thing on his desk, the crystal glass filled with amber liquid, and flings it across the room. A rain of glass and liquid fall, coating the tiles. He suddenly appears in front of me, the scent of rain consuming my mind and dampening the fire within me. IDONWANT. YOUTOGETHURT, he yells, almost bursting my eardrums. My pathetic heart should have inflated by his admission. But I'm running on pure anger. We both are, only problem is that I am taking it out on him. NAWSFLSHIVEBENF UCKINGH URTBEFORE. I growl. YOUCOULDDIE. I stayed at him, the way his chest rapidly moves and his eyes an array of color, glowing sapphires as his wolf peaks though. I have been close to death before. You would love that, wouldn't you? Then you can be the alpha. He growls in annoyance. This isn't about the fucking alpha title. I will gladly be your beta. I want nothing fucking more than to serve you till I die. Those words are like a bucket of cold water, the emotions thick in his voice at his admission. Those words shouldn't be dissected, but it's like they wrap around my heart and squeeze every ounce of oxygen out of my body. Caden's anger slowly dissipates, shoulders relaxing as he exhales. For once, his cold features retract and leave him somewhat vulnerable. Pulling me into his chest, his scent completely fogging up my mind and swallowing me whole. I barely reach his broad shoulders. He makes me seem impossibly small in his arms. One arm wrapped around my shoulders. I can't lose you, Amethyst, he admits. I can't afford to read too much into his words. He is only following the wishes of my parents. I'm merely an obligation because of his love for my parents. I don't mean anything to him, not the way he does to me. I have to do this. If we don't, then the Phoenix bloodline will be removed, and it will be like they never existed. Caden sighs, pulling me tighter to his heated body. I know we can't stop it. It's just, there is nothing left worth living for if you aren't in it. Caden throne. Flashback 4 years ago. Amethyst, 17 years old. Caden, 24 years old. I would say Amethyst adjustment over the past year has been relatively smooth. Or maybe that's how she wants us to see it. She has these tendencies to burden herself. That's probably due to her old pack's abuse, bottling up her emotions. The only time those emotions override her is when she is fighting. It's only been a year, but she picks up on moves rather quickly. Perfecting it takes time since her moves are sloppily executed. Amethyst is determined and eager to learn how to fight and kill. She will experience guilt or remorse during her first kill, but that's years away. She never backs down from a fight, having faced lose after lose, and yet still continues to fight. I have work I should be attending to, packs to visits and paperwork to take care of, but she comes first. She will always come first. Amethyst drops to the ground, evading Daniel's punches. She has sparred with every member at R.E.D., including myself, and has always lost with blood, bruises, and broken bones. During her first real fight, she ended up with broken ribs and an ankle. The healing process took a week, and gradually those powers speeded up, and now she heals within a day. Each member at R.A.D. has been training for years, some when they were pups. Therefore, patience when it comes to training is very thin, especially with Lion, Courtney, and Madison. They didn't like Amethyst, and they made that fact known. Lion doesn't like anyone, so it's not personal. The rest of the members have been welcoming and friendly towards her, which assisted in boosting her confidence. She is outspoken now, completely different from a year ago. Noah, Daniel, Blaze, Sage, and Callan have brought out her fun side, and I couldn't be more grateful. Newcomers aren't welcomed between Lion, Courtney, and Madison, but they will have to get used to is because we will have a new girl named Alice transfer here in 5 months. Amethyst attempts a high kick, but Daniel grabs her ankle and flings her into the tree. She grunts, her body thumping to the ground. A growl emits from her figure, her claws extending as they dig into the grass. Amethyst is infuriated. These outbursts happen quite frequently since she isn't able to tame her wolf Jade that much due to her old pack, not teaching them control. Little Snow is getting harder to control, Axel says as he watches her. My wolf Axel is particularly fond of Jade. They seem close. They communicate through their own mind link without our knowledge. We are 2 beings sharing one body. It's only natural that they are able to communicate separately. Climbing down the cemented steps, I head to Amethyst, who is losing control, growling, and thrashing with herself. Jade is stronger than Amethyst, while she exercises restraint. Jade is more short-tempered and gets angry whenever Amethyst gets severely injured. Jade is highly protective over Amethyst. It's easy to see why, since her pack treated her like shit, and her mate discarded her. Once I reach her, I crouch down until we are somewhat on equal eye level. Glowing rays of purple are invading my mind, almost hypnotic. The rapid rising and falling of her chest, displaying her outburst. Jade is taking over. I will kill them, she declares, baring her fangs to me. Axel attempts to reach her since their connection is stronger than mine with Amethyst. However, Jade placed a gigantic wall between them, shutting him out. She doesn't want to talk, he says with irritation. Reaching over, pressing my palm to her heated cheek, red tinting her skin. I caress her cheek. It's like her body is consumed by fire. The nails slowly retract, but the fury is still evident in her eyes. Brushing my thumb along her cheek, I remind myself that her little outbursts are due to her suffering, that she has been through hell and deserves to let it all out. There is a strange connection between us, like a thread typing us together. It's not romantic, nor do I see her as a sister. Amethyst is someone I have to protect with every fiber in my body. Axel is equally protective and possessive over them. We are merciless when it comes to them, and that's a dangerous feeling. I have to limit our interactions because I have seen that look in her eyes. It's more than a fucking crush, and I can't let it grow. Despite my cold demeanor towards her, her heart has latched onto me and continues to evolve. There will never be an us, not romantically anyway, and I try to make it known, but she simply doesn't care to listen. Although Axel doesn't mind getting close to Jade, I swear he doesn't fucking listen to anything I say. Hence why I am the only person who is able to diminish her rage. The glow in her eyes slowly dies and natural lavender orbs peer at me. Amethyst has gained control back. You're okay, Amethyst. Just breathe, I say. She takes a deep breath, those eyes intensely focusing on me as if she's trying to peer into my soul. That will never happen. She has no clue what lurks in my past, and she never will. After a few minutes, she relaxes. You will learn to control those emotions. It will take time, I inform her. Thanks for. She trails off, not being able to meet my eyes. I know what she means. We are tied somehow, and it's unexplainable. Amethyst Phoenix. Whatever transpired between us could have been written in bold letters across my forehead. Being in Caden's arms felt comforting, like a layer of protection over every bad thing that will come my way. I shouldn't relish in the feeling, or more importantly, I shouldn't feel this way about someone who isn't my mate. What I mean is these feelings should only be initiated by your mate, and I certainly felt none of that with Mason. These feelings for Caden, they are new and terrifying. Everyone resided in the lounge, and they completely ignored what transpired between me and Caden, which I was thankful for since I wouldn't handle that spotlight right now. Their focus was wavering. They were deep in their mind, sifting through all the scenarios that will play out for the pack and the founding families. Their own nervousness was rubbing on me, fearing the unknown is natural. But I did it 5 years ago. But this time it's entirely different. Regardless, if I knew the outcome would be the same, becoming the alpha and a founding member is intimidating on another scale. I will be among the most ruthless, elite, and the first lineage of werewolves to exist. Yeah, I am so out of my depth here. What's the plan? Callan questions. Switching positions to be next to Sage, I catch the fierce fire in Caden's sapphires. Pure irritation at my actions clouding his eyes. Shrugging off the cold stare he is giving me, before he crosses his arms and exudes power as he announces the next stage in my life. Amethyst will take over in 3 days. Anxiety creeps under my skin. I'm confident in my abilities to become alpha, but that doesn't stop the unease from creeping upon my heart. The sensation of crawling out of my skin becoming more prominent. Don't get me wrong, I have a good relationship with the pack, and they are friendly, welcoming to the new girl all those years ago. But the Blood Moon pack is known to be the deadliest for a reason. They can easily annihilate me. The thought must have crossed their mind for a brief moment. The striking resemblance between my mother and I. Announcing that I am their daughter won't make them instantly love me. You have to earn their respect. They will feel disconnected from me, and that's the worst feeling in the world. Because if the pack doesn't want me, I can't be their alpha. Sage interrupts. That's too soon. Caden nods in agreement, and yet again. We can't change my fate or stop it. We can't push it any further. In 3 days, we will announce to the pack that Amethyst is a phoenix, and that she will be the new alpha. The news will spread that the phoenix bloodline isn't dead. However, the founding families will ignore Amethyst, so we will have to show up at their meeting where they plan to add a new bloodline. The entire plan sent me into a spiral of terror and excitement, intertwining and causing mania. You feel it, don't you? Jade states, salivating at the mouth. An invisible grin forms on my lips. It's like a shot of tequila, the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I have been battered, beaten, and left of dead. My life has changed drastically in the past 5 years. The responsibilities of my parents have fallen on my shoulders. I'm not obligated to continue their legacy, but I want to. The answer might not be clear right now, but they loved me and this pack. I couldn't let them be forgotten so easily, especially their murderers. The ceremony where the new alpha will be announced is going to be excruciating. You will have to shed your blood on the pack grounds and swear an oath, Caden informs. The process will be painful, he says after a minute, as if ensuring I know the caliber. The prospect of pain doesn't scare me the way it used to in the past, mainly because during my training I have suffered from bruises, broken bones, etc. Training with D is brutal, and Caden is even worse. He never goes easy on me. It's always bringing me onto the brink of death for the first 3 years, until it didn't become so easy to kill me. What are we going to do about the founding families? Do you even know who they are? I question. Caden suddenly disappears from the lounge and walks into his office, leaving us all in suspense. Blaze refocuses his attention towards me, suddenly ruffling my hair as if I'm a child. You short stack are going to be my alpha. Ain't that fine? He laughs, lightening the mood with his forest-colored orbs and melodic laughs. I smirk. I'm going to make you my bitch. His jaw drops, staring at me wide-eyed, switching directions between Sage and Callan. Can she say that? It's offensive, right? He pouts as if I hurt his feelings. None of them come to his aid, and we laugh at his expensive. Oh, I see how it is. You playing favorites purple? He asks with a raised eyebrow. Yes, sticking my tongue out at him. Our bickering stops when Caden returns with a thick, worn-out black leather journal. The pages are creased and colored a light coffee brown due to the age. This was your father's. He wrote every detail pertaining to the families and their heritage. I have studied it over the years and have a brief idea on what they are like and how you will be able to re-enter the founding families. Caden hands over the journal, and it weighs a lot. If this was 5 years ago, I would have dropped to the ground. The writing is in cursive, and each entry is organized. I will have to read it tonight since the suspense will kill me. What's the brief outline regarding the families? Blaze questions. The ranking system has changed over the years, from the intel I have gathered from a trusted source. Number 1 is Maverick Hale of the Shadow Pack. He specializes in assassinations, like us, and is rumored to be linked with the witches Caden states. Rumored how? Sage asks skeptically. He shakes his head. I don't know the specific details on what connection he has with the witches. Maverick is known for his cold and calculating ways. He rarely attends the meetings since he took over at 16. Maverick Hale is the last descendant of his line. That must have been traumatic, taking on such a responsibility at such a young age. Caden continues. Number 2 is Lucian Harrow, Alpha of the Blue Moon Pack. He is the second oldest among the 5 and was your father's best friend. Lucian has helped us a lot over the years, and some of the intel I acquired was from him. Lucian is involved in the dark underworld, specializing in drugs and human slavery. I didn't miss the hint of disgust in Caden's tone when it came to the last part. Human slavery? Wasn't that banned centuries ago? I question. I can't possibly believe my father was involved in such a cruel act. Humans are worse than the supernatural, but no one deserves to have their freedom taken from them. In the underworld, it involves the dark side of business. Human slavery is banned and among a lot of things. But that doesn't mean it won't happen, Sage answers. Number 3 is Mark Ravenstone, Alpha of the Crystal Blood Pack, and is the oldest among the founding families. He will likely retire in the coming years. They specialize in underground fighting between the supernaturals, not just werewolves. Well, supernatural creatures fighting each other in a cage. Nothing animalistic about that. Number 4 is Brantley Knight, Alpha of the Eclipse Pack. He took over a year after Maverick when he was 17. He is unhinged, a true psychopath. It is rumored that he is obsessed with power and murdered his parents in order to gain a seat at the founding table. No one knows what he really does. Brantley is secretive about his business even with the founding families. That's probably because they fear him. He is unpredictable and could massacre them in his sleep. Therefore, they won't step on his toes, I analyze. Caden has pride in his eyes at my answer, and all too quickly, they turn hard. Lastly is the family that is presumed to take your spot. Kier Zero, Alpha of the Dark Moon Pack. Since he hasn't been around for centuries like the rest, I couldn't gather information on him. I only know that he is 24 years old and people fear him. That's probably because they fear him. He's unpredictable and could massacre them in his sleep, I answer. Caden nods in agreement, his eyes turning hard. Lastly is the family that will take your spot. Kier 0, Alpha of the Dark Moon Pack. The only information I gathered on him is that he is 24 years old and people fear him. I soak in every piece of information and it's like drowning in a sea. I am completely fucked. Amethyst Phoenix. Flashback, 4 years ago. Amethyst, 17 years old. Caden, 24 years old. A year of preparation. A year of anticipating my first kill. During this year of training, I realized that I have a temper. To some degree, I get really angry and completely violent. Therefore, it's evident that I can kill someone. It was my first mission. Greg had insisted that I go alone in order to prove my worth to R. E. D. That I wasn't a weakling and only favored because of Caden. The target involved a rogue who murdered a 6-year-old girl, a witch. There has been war among races, whether it be the vampires and witches or the fays and werewolves. Everything has long since changed. After the treaty was signed by every race, we weren't at war with each other anymore. Now, we don't hold hands or sing songs around a fire, but we have prevented any further losses and unnecessary war. However, there are still people who discriminate. They will feel frustrations against the treaty and take it upon themselves to solve the issue. This man, known as Austin Presley, has been accused of discrimination, murdering 3 children and 5 adults. 2 of the kids were witches, and the 3rd child was a faith. 3 adults were vampires, and 2 of them were fays. He deemed them impure because of their interactions with each other. He had to be stopped. The mission wasn't easy. I barely made it out alive. He was a maniac, silent and deadly. I questioned my abilities to take him down. Austin couldn't be imprisoned. His sentence was death. Greg must have assumed that by giving me this disgusting wolf to kill that I wouldn't feel anything. He was wrong. When I caught Austin, it was a bloody battle. He tore into Jade's neck and injured her 2 front legs, but we couldn't let him escape. The once snow-white fur was bathed in blood, ours and his, while his light brown fur turned dark at various spots. His wolf tackled us, and we weren't strong enough to stop his teeth from biting into my shoulder. Our vision was shifting until Jade grew angry. The threat of death had made her see red. She tore into his neck, chunks flying in every direction as she continued to tear the flesh apart. Jade killed him, decapitating him. The head of his wolf tumbled down, those lifeless eyes staring at me. I couldn't tell you what made me crack. Was it the lifeless orbs? The blood? Or was it the smell of the body burning from the fire I had created? It wasn't remorse. There wasn't any guilt over killing him. Somehow, a weird churning sensation begun within my stomach, my chest tightening as if I couldn't breathe. Suddenly, I shifted back into my human form and vomited onto the soil. My body shuddered, vibrating as if I couldn't stand still. The bite of the cold didn't faze my intensely heated body. I'm close to passing out. Is it done? Greg questions through the mind link. I heave, attempting to compose myself in order to answer him. Greg can detect the slight change in tone and demeanor. You can't hide anything from him. Taking a few breaths, settling the overwhelming anxiety creeping into my mind. Yes, there is a pause. Good. Go home. Shake it off, Phoenix, Greg states, and quickly puts the wall between us. He knows. There is no doubt in my mind that he knows what happened. Usually, I would have to report back to R. A. D., and instead he told me to go home. Arriving home was surreal. Its bathed darkness, and all the lights were off. Sage and Callan are at a party, and they won't be back tonight. Blaze is out with his new girlfriend of the month, and Caden is always busy that he is never at home. For the first time, I was glad they weren't home. They have seen me at my worst. And this was one thing I thought I could do without bringing forth these irrational feelings and emotional state. I'm a mess, attempting to restrain myself from going into a full breakdown, but I am already there, on my knees, steps away from the entrance. The state of my mind is in shambles. My eyes burn from the intensity of holding back the tears. I'm covered in blood. The skin of that was once torn slowly heals, until it's a light shade of pink. No doubt they will leave a scar. Those lifeless eyes, the fire, the stench. It's eating away at my insides. I wasn't remorseful when it came to killing him. He deserved what he got. Then why am I torn apart by this? Amethyst. His voice. It's deep and annihilates my soul. Caden has his hand around my heart, squeezing until I can't breathe. It's a struggle to be near him and completely vulnerable. Like this, I'm doomed. His body looms over me in the darkness, like a shadow. His formal shoes hit the tiles as he rounds me and crouches down until he is in front of me. The tears broke when I heard his voice, choking on the sobs. My blood-stained hands against the tiles highlight how truly fucked I am. I don't. I choke, barely able to finish the sentence. Caden doesn't say a word. Suddenly, the cold that wrapped around my body is flushed out by warmth. He drags me into his chest, the fire licking every inch of my tainted skin. It feels safe in his arms, and in return, I only cry harder. My arms lay limp at my sides because it hurts to move any part of my body. I focus on his steady heartbeat, trying to forget how I killed someone. I know, he says, as if he could feel the unanswered questions swarming around my mind. We stay like this for what feels like forever before he lets go, removing my security blanket. Instead, he rests his forehead against mine. I can't bring myself to open my eyes. It could be the exhaustion taking over my body, or because of him, but I'm not fighting it. Killing someone, whether they deserve it or not, will always be hard. Everything you feel right now is completely normal. You don't feel remorse, but you are terrified of what you did. He's right. It can't be explained, but these emotions are not one of guilt. I'm here for you, Amethyst. You don't have to go through anything alone anymore. You have me and everyone in the pack. Don't feel like you have to bottle up your emotions because you need to prove something to us. You are strong. Just because you cry doesn't make you any less of a warrior and the future alpha. This is only the beginning, Amethyst, but I will be here for you till the end of time. Amethyst, Phoenix. Today is the day I become alpha. So, no pressure. Everything has been moving at a rapid pace. An uncomfortable, burning sensation lighting up my blood and turning my skin ripe as an apple. The fucking churning in my stomach brings forth the urge to throw up. It feels like tiny ants are crawling all over my skin, making me jittery. This day has been passing by. Every hour draws me closer to the ceremony, and it overwhelms me. Everyone has begun preparation at the house and moved towards the Pax Hall. We will shed blood at the back of this mansion, since that is considered the secret grounds. I haven't seen anyone besides Sage. She insisted on dressing me for the ceremony. A mermaid midnight dress, accentuated with a thigh-high slit on my left leg, exposing my shoulders since the sleeve sat mid-bicep. It was simple, elegant, and sexy. I couldn't be more petrified. The ceremonial hall is painted black, matching shiny tiles and a gigantic crystal chandelier that expanded half the room. Circular tables dressed in black, gold centerpieces, and an array of plates and cutlery were laid out for the pack. It could fit over dozens, and that it did. The entire pack was gathered. Taking the back entrance to the hall was my only option, and I practically locked myself in this room. A rectangular sofa, and some refreshments, along with a flat screen. Yet, I never switched it on and let the voices of our pack fill my mind. Bad fucking move. As they gathered, I could feel my anxiety begin to eat away at my heart. no matter how much I tell myself that I need to do this to protect their legacy, to find their killer. It doesn't stop my body from vibrating like an engine. All the years of preparation couldn't prepare me for the moment, the crushing weight on my shoulders. I can barely breathe without feeling like I'm choking on cotton balls. The laughter and music are filling the hall, a joyous occasion, but not aware of our true intentions. My palms begin to sweat, and even with the light breeze grazing my thigh, I feel like I'm suffocating in this dress, and the four walls are closing in on me. Remind me why I have to wear this dress. I ask Sage through the mind link, and attempt to distract myself. It's tradition to attend with formal attire. We aren't savages, she replies. I snort. Sage is the last person to comment on animalistic tendencies. She is a ticking bomb. Once the anger consumes every molecule in her body, she is uncontrollable. There was a situation 3 years ago where she almost killed Alice, Lion, Blaze, and me. Those once metallic orbs were completely black, almost like she became possessed. Not even her twin Callan could stop her. Caden had to inject her with a sedative. Calm down. You were born for this, Jade assures, gently nudging me with her head. Running my fingers through her soft fur, it tends to bring relief, but only for a short while. Axel said it's going to be smooth and fast, Jade adds. That's what I found surprising through my 5 years here. Our wolves formed an attachment while we haven't. Caden's wolf Axel is possessive and controlling, but he doesn't push Jade away. He embraces her, and they have become closer than I anticipated. They are able to mind link separate from us, and I guess that's because they need privacy, but I presume they speak about us since Axel has, on more than several occasions, assisted me during my anxiety, breakdowns, and insecurities. One thing is evidently clear. Jade likes Axel as much as I like Caden. Guess we both fucked, at least you have Axel to soothe. I pout. She rolls her eyes and lies through her canines. He isn't that great. Sometimes he's a dick like Caden, partial truth. But the lie is there. Pulling out my vape, a bad habit, and frankly, I could care a fuck right now. Taking a pull, the strawberry and cream taste hitting all my senses as I drag it even longer into my lungs. Are you okay? Startled by his intrusion, I attempt to subtly blow the smoke away. But that doesn't work in this enclosed room with only 2 of us staring at each other in the eye. His attention switches to the vape in my hand before dragging them back to me. With each step, it feels like everything disappears. Caden towers over me, dressed in dark slacks that hug his muscular thighs, matching black formal shirt that has the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his tattooed arms. Over the years, he has gotten both sleeves done, and they were mouth-watering, adding to his already handsome features, making him irresistible. The mass of midnight waves was sleeked back, a few strands falling across his foreheads. But what captures your attention is those clear crystals, almost like a black hole that sucks my soul. They were an array of emotions that I couldn't understand, because when it came to Caden, he was a mystery. It only brought rise to those concerns I had. Everyone loves him as alpha, and why wouldn't they? He is amazing and attentive to them. How can I assume that position when he holds the flame while I can barely light a match? Forcing a smile good, Caden closed the door when he appeared, trapping us within these 4 walls. His scent of rain bathed the atmosphere, soothing and calming. That isn't healthy. I'm already in love with him, and he is the only one able to calm me down. Axel is here. Jade all but grins in excitement, wagging her tail. Great. We both behave irrationally in their presence. Caden places his hands into his pockets, stretching the fabric, and I try my best not to look down. He analyzes my demeanor and is always able to tell when I have something on my mind. The veins strain against his skin, and the urge to run my fingertips over those protruding green lines is agonizing. Don't lie to me, Amethyst. he harshly states. One thing he hates is lies. I exhale, massaging my temples and taking another pull. Okay. I thought I was ready for this, but I'm not. How can they accept me when they love you? I can't do this. He cocks his eyebrow at me, in a flirtatious manner with a smirk on his luscious lips. This is quite funny since you accused me of wanting to be alpha, and now you are backing out. Rolling my eyes. Heat of the moment. This is different. He laughs, a genuine, deep, guttural laugh that melts my entire body. How is he so perfect? Everything about him consumes me. You will be a great alpha, the best alpha, and do you know why? I shake my head. Because you protect the people you care about. Having the childhood that you did molded you into a compassionate, loving, and fierce woman. And that is what we need in an alpha. I'm stunned, completely speechless, because Caden manages to ease my anxiety with mere words. Minutes pass without my reply, so instead Caden closes the distance between us, until I can feel the heat radiate onto me. We are in a trance, captivated and intrigued. There is frustration within those clear blues, but they are overruled by whatever magnet is drawing us together. Suddenly, he takes a hold of my vape, a current zapping through my fingers. He eyes the sleek black exterior. Do you need another pull? He questions. I'm afraid to answer, swallowing the nerves creeping on me. Yes. He nods in agreement while I become enchanted by the way his lips wrap around the vape, inhaling deeply that even I couldn't compare. It seems like hours before he retracts the vape, holding in the smoke, and I wait for him to release. Only he doesn't do what I expected. Caden leans down until our lips are mere centimeters away. His thumb swipes across my bottom lip before dragging it down to part my lips. That's when I feel it, his exhale of the smoke into me. It's hypnotic, an out-of-body experience. His lips don't touch my mind, but the deep exhale into me practically feels like I'm being granted a wish. My body is on fire. The smoke emitting from us is all but a cloud. The moment is over all too soon, but he doesn't move. Our eyes meet, thick, dark lashes framing those sapphires. Better? His deep voice questions. Amethyst Phoenix. Caden did a good job at distracting me. While the ceremony was beginning, I was utterly distracted with what took place in that room between Caden and me. His lips were impossibly soft as they skated over mine. I could practically taste the strawberries and cream on those plush lips without touching. Exhaling the smoke into me alit every molecule in my body. Now that was sexy, Jade comments as she watches me replay the scene in my head. I groan. Don't remind me, the circular table at the front, near the stage, was reserved for our ED members, including Alpha Caden. Alice was supposed to take the seat next to me, but Lion saw the separation I apparently was causing in his eyes, so he positioned himself on the seat next to me and dragged Alice onto his lap. The possessive man doesn't like to be apart from her, and I understand. They are the definition of yin and yang. Alice had on a sheer midnight blue dress with 2 deep thigh slits on either side that ran dangerously close to her hips. Her porcelain skin resembled marble, flawless. Thick, straight black hair ran till her waist, and her makeup was subtle, highlighting her doll-like ocean eyes and deep red lips. Lion never leaves her vicinity in general. Dressed like a goddess, he won't even let anyone breathe in her direction. Alice secretly relishes in his overprotectiveness, admitting to us during a drunken sleepover after they marked each other. Lion caressed her bare thighs that were crossed, showcasing her inky heels with straps that ran over her knees. She brushed her hair back, showcasing the mark Lion gave her. Whenever werewolves mark their mate, it will resemble a birthmark. Near the croak of Alice's neck, a dark silhouette of Lion's wolf. Apparently, if your mate touches the spot they marked you, instant arousal. Lion despises wearing formal attire. Therefore, he opted for a formal midnight shirt, with the button undone till half of his chest was exposed. The sleeves are folded till his elbows, revealing olive skin with veins threaded through. His pitch-black eyes are solely focused on Alice, caresses her thighs lovingly. They're locked in a trance. Everyone else disappears when they are around each other. My heart warms at the sight of what true mates are supposed to be. Ever since Mason, I stopped believing in mates. Why would the moon goddess pair me with someone so cruel and disgusting? What surprised me was that I only mourned the rejection for a month in that forest. After that, Mason was the furthest from my mind. How can I be fated to him when I feel utterly consumed by Caden? It's unnatural. Mason couldn't evoke these emotions, but I feel like I'm sucked into a black hole when it comes to Caden. I want it to be a mistake. I want to be mated to Caden. I want the moon goddess to change her mind. But it doesn't work that way, and Caden is unfortunately mated to someone else that he will find eventually. Lion captures Alice's lips, and that is my cue to divert my attention to Sage. Instantly, her face creases in disgust as she sips her champagne. They are so disgustingly cute. We love Alice. She is our best friend. Therefore, we were happy that she found her mate in Lion. Unfortunately, Sage and I are sad bitches. Sage hasn't found her mate yet, and the past few years were filled with flings that don't excite her anymore. She wants to settle down and have what our best friend does. At least she has hope, while I will never have that connection again. The lights suddenly begin to dim, providing a subtle cast of a shadow upon us and a spotlight on the stage. Caden walks onto the stage, radiating power and authority, everything an alpha possess. Cheers, praise, and screams are thrown in his direction, enough to vibrate the floor beneath us. Instantly, my stomach sinks at the realization they won't welcome me with this much love and devotion. Caden takes his place behind the mic. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this special day. A smile graces his lips, and you couldn't help but become enamored by him. Everyone has the same thought because the cheers don't die down until Caden raises his hand, silencing them immediately. I apologize for deceiving you, but this event is for entirely different reason, he states. You could hear a pin drop, everyone on edge. They want to know what is going on. Sage intertwines our fingers, providing support to my already frantic state of mind. You got this, babe, she assures through the mind link. No one in our ED knew about my real identity, only the 5 residing in the mansion. I can't imagine the betrayal they are going to feel, especially the ones I'm close to. Get ready. I will call you to the stage, Caden says through the mind link. His eyes find me, locked in a trance, and suddenly everyone disappears. The second is over, and he refocuses his attention towards the pack. Our beloved Alpha and Luna were the best. They protected and loved this pack till the end. Everyone provides a moment of silence for my parents. Silent tears shedding for the lose of great leaders. I assumed the role of Alpha for a reason, and that was to ensure that their child would be able to take over once the time came, he announces. Amethyst, Phoenix. Everyone gasps in complete shock, the whispers suddenly filling the silence and bouncing off the walls. To their knowledge, the Alpha and Luna lost their child when she was born. Caden raises his hand again, and they comply. Yes, the Alpha and Luna had a child. To our knowledge, the baby died during childbirth. But that wasn't true. To protect her from the dangers that threatened her life, they had to make a tough decision and give her up. That simply truth struck a chord in everyone. Imaging their beloved Alpha and Luna having to give up the chance to raise their child, it simply wasn't fair. Caden's deep voice flooded through my mind. Come to me. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I find his eyes on me, a clear blue sky that offered protection. He nods in assurance, and that's all the encouragement I need to get out of his chair. Holding my head up high as I round the table, climbing the golden steps onto the middle of the stage. Taking my position next to him, the spotlight blinding me for a few minutes, the sound of my rapid beating heart filling my ears. When she first arrived, it was for her own safety that we kept her true heritage a secret. She has spent the last 5 years getting to know everyone and training in order to be worthy of this role. I have watched her overcome many obstacles, and I couldn't be prouder and more certain that she will be an amazing leader to us all. He smiles at me. His words hit me in the heart. The crippling anxiety that was going to make me pass out on stage slowly begins to dissipate. Caden believes in me. That's why, as of today, I renounce my temporary role as Alpha. Caden declares. Everyone is speechless, and while I expect everyone to feel resentment towards me, I didn't expect Caden to feel proud to hand over the title. Declaring his devotion as my beta is one thing, but watching his demeanor and sincerity in his eyes, he truly means it. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the true Alpha of the Blood Moon Pack. Amethyst Phoenix extending his hands in my direction. I wasn't surprised by the silence, the lack of applause, or the growing whispers. I will admit, it is embarrassing to have the spotlight on you and gain this sort of reaction. You got this, Phoenix. You rose from the ashes, and now you can show them your wings. The brave warrior that you are, Caden, mind links with absolute certainty in my abilities. Once I get behind the mic, the light even more blinding, but I direct my attention towards Blaze, Sage, and Callan. They all have that same expression of pride. You got this, purple Blaze, mind links, throwing me a wink. My family believes in me. Being center stage didn't matter, thousands scrutinizing me. I was ready because my family, these 5 people, are my strength. This probably wasn't what you expected would happen today, I say, finding my voice. Yes, I am Amethyst Phoenix, the daughter to Jeremy and Sophia Phoenix. You might be judging me right now, saying she hasn't earned the right to walk in their shoes, and you know what? You are right. I will never be them, and I will never get the opportunity to meet them and learn from them because someone took them away from me, away from this pack and everyone who loved them, I state, my anger rising at the reminder. Just because I am a phoenix doesn't make me worthy to be alpha of this pack. But I will earn your respect and your loyalty. I will prove to you that I'm worthy of being your alpha. The silence that was deafening has changed, erupting in cheers and screams even louder than before. My jaw drops, completely taken aback by their support. Slowly dragging my attention to the ED table. Everyone is standing and applauding. Even Lion has a smirk on his lips. Shifting my attention to Caden, he is practically beaming, and I resist the urge to wrap my arms around him. After 5 minutes, Caden moves towards the mic. If anyone has any objections to Amethyst Phoenix becoming the new alpha of the Blood Moon Pack, please step forth, he asks, giving our pack the chance to voice their opinions. I do. A man with light brown hair approaches, around the same age as Caden. Me to another guy around the same age as Blaze takes his place in front of the stage. Everyone grows quiet, allowing the scene to play out. State your name, Caden declares with a bite. Pacey, the guy with brown hair, stated, the anger is written clear on his face. Jackson, the blonde-haired guy, answers, a mischievous grin on his lips. Why do you object? Caden asks. A woman shouldn't be the alpha. Their role is to be the Luna. Pacey declares. Immediately, all the women of R.E.D. throw insults at him, including the men, because they know firsthand how lethal we are. We don't need a weak alpha who will get us killed. Alpha Caden has protected us, and he is our leader, not you, Jackson answers. Caden is raging. He attempts to get down, but I place my hand on his chest, stopping him. After all, this is about me. You might think I'm weak because I'm a woman, but I am not weak by any means. I might not be of the male species that fits your criteria to be an alpha, But an alpha is a leader who protects their pack and makes decisions in their best interest. Trust me when I say, I can protect this pack. I will shed blood for this pack. I will lay down my life for Blood Moon. Everyone erupts in applause. Challenge for the title. If you lose, I become the Alpha Pacey Challenges. Caden lifts the mic in my hand to his mouth. It will be a challenge to the death. They nod. I accept your challenge. Amethyst Phoenix. Everyone is gathered at the mansion, flooding our backyard and seeping into the forest. The once sunny sky is bathed in a gray cloud, as if the moon goddess knew what was about to happen. We were waiting to battle. Jackson and Pacey removed their shirts and shoes, leaving them in formal trousers. I changed into my training gear, which consisted of black leggings and a gray sports bra. Jackson and Pacey are arrogant, grinning as if the fight is already over. They are confident in the fact that they are of the male species, forgetting that women are superior. Caden declared that this fight would be in our human forms until he deems it necessary to shift. Our human forms are significantly weaker than our werewolf forms. These men towered over me since I'm relatively short at 5'2", but Caden was the fucking mountain in front of them. Jackson and Pacey were confident with Caden's decision, assuming that my small stature meant that I couldn't take them down. They were laughing while the pack members whispered and added their input. Apparently, having lean muscles didn't mean much to some since they were betting against me, going for these muscular brutes. The people at my corner are everyone from R. AD, even Courtney and Madison. Those misogynistic assholes made them angry enough to take my side, and that says a lot since we never get along. All the men from R. D were equally pissed. The death glares and clenching jaws showcased that they were restraining themselves. Break their fucking teeth, Sage yells viciously. Those guys are lucky that she is restraining herself for my benefit, because if she unleashed that wrath, we would all be dead. Show them who's fucking boss, Alice cheers. Lion throws his arm around her and nods in my direction with a smirk. Caden appears next to me. The fire in his eyes licks every inch of my skin. I can see them shifting between mania and protectiveness. He wants to defend me, fight for me, but this is a battle I must face alone. Show them who's Alpha. Caden smirks. He is confident in my abilities and chances of winning. I nod. Everyone gathers around us, leaving plenty of space for us in a circle. Begin, Caden yells. Jackson and Pacey charge at me, 2-on-1. But then again, nothing is fair when you are in a fight. Time to play, Jade growls. Jackson pounds his fist into me, alternating between my face and stomach before I roll onto the ground. The pain is intense. I can already feel the headache crawling in as my cheeks throb. Everything is calculated as they rush me, instantly swiping my leg over and kicking Pacey in the balls. Yes, I also don't play fair. He falls to his knees in front of me, wrapping my arm around the front of his neck, rolling over his back and kicking Jackson square in his smug face. The sound of bones breaking fill my ears as I get Pacey into a headlock. My muscles burn as I squeeze, attempting to cut off his oxygen. The pounding in my head intensifies but is drowned out by the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Giving them one last chance. Submit. There isn't any space for a reply since Jackson kicks me straight in the ribs, sending me tumbling and into a tree. The power of his kick surely broke a few ribs. Luckily, I have dealt with them before. Pain radiating in every part of my body. Lifting my body is tiresome, but the anger is fueling me, and the exhaustion slowly dissipates. Getting to my feet, the throbbing in my face intensifying. I'm bouncing back faster than they anticipated, clearly underestimating me. Look at that! The little girl can actually fight, Jackson laughs. Too bad we are going to rip her into shreds, Pacey sinisterly chuckles. The blood stains my mouth. I can taste it on my tongue. That's when I smile. It looks terrifying, watching them pale at my expression. We will see about that. The fight continues, fists are flying, and blood is coating every inch of our skin. I can easily evade their attacks, only sustaining minor punches. Blood drips from my nose, and the left side of my cheek is swollen, covered in bruises and blood. Only they were worse. Smashing my forehead against Jackson's face, he stumbles back, and I grab Pacey's neck, bringing him down hard onto my knee. Pacey hunches over in pain, and I bring my elbow to the back of his neck. And he passes out, focusing my attention onto Jackson. Submit or you will die. Jackson has a broken nose, a couple front teeth knocked out, and his eye is swollen purple. Never, he coughs, spitting the mix of salvia and blood onto the ground. It hurts to breathe. My lungs are on fire as I sprint towards Jackson. Pushing my feet onto his thigh, I straddle his shoulders and instantly snap his neck before he could react. His body drops to the ground with a thud. The cheering was drowned out by my adrenaline, and now I can hear them practically howling at the top of their lungs. I couldn't deny that it brought me satisfaction, hearing their approval and cheers for me. Unlike vampires, werewolves can't heal from a broken neck. The fight isn't over because Pacey grunts on his knees as he stares at a very dead Jackson beneath my feet. His eyes widen in shock, awaiting those snarky comments he loved to throw at me. But he only swallows, fear clouding his eyes. Stalking over towards him, Pacey instantly tackles me to the ground. Smashing the back of my head onto the ground, my vision is an array of black dots as I fight to stay conscious. The pain shoots straight through my body as I lift my core and wrap my legs around his neck, squeezing my thighs until his pale face turns apple red. Releasing my hold, Pacey gasps for air. Grabbing a fistful of his hair, I repeatedly smash his face into the ground. The bones are breaking, and blood is flying everywhere. Lastly, I snap his neck as well, putting him out of his misery. Pacey's face is already disfigured when I push him over. Everything hurts, and the silence is replaced as everyone starts chanting my name, drowning out the soaring pain consuming my body. I had to get up, supporting myself on my knees as I straightened, and Caden came into my vision. Pride in his eyes, he scans my injuries and softens, wanting to tend to my wounds, but this comes first. He slowly lifts my hand as a sign of victory, ignoring the intense pain and throbbing in my head as I relish in my pack's approval. The new alpha of Blood Moon Pack, Amethyst Phoenix Caden, announces. Caden smiles as we face each other, removing a Swiss Army knife from his pocket. He begins to cut. The sting registers, but the other pain in my body overrides it. The oozing of my blood gathers into a puddle in my palm, Caden supporting my hand beneath. Repeat after me. I, Amethyst Phoenix, pledge my loyalty and life to the Blood Moon Pack, I vow. At those words, Caden turns my hand and lets the blood drip onto the ground after my oath. But instead of seeing my pack, feeling the bond between us grow, my entire environment changes into night. Flames consuming my vision. Bodies of my friends scattered all around. They are dead. I can tell by their lifeless eyes. In front of me is myself, naked and drenched in blood. I'm crying as I hold onto Caden's dead body. DONLAVEMEKDEN. I cry into his chest that's burned. No, I whisper, scanning my surroundings and finding everyone from R.E.D. dead. Lion has Alice in his arms, like they died together. Sage and Callan a few feet away, her torso missing, and Blaze's head falls to my feet. Everything in my body vibrates, a chill running down my spine. I can't breathe. I can't think. Everyone is dead. "NOOOOI!" scream. Caden thrown. What the fuck was happening to her? As fast as the day changes into night, the blood spilled onto the ground, and what was supposed to be a joyous occasion quickly turned into something sinister. Those lilac eyes that were supposed to be filled with happiness is now turned completely white. No traces of a pupil in sight, just a white canvas. The smile that graced her split lips only moments ago is parted, mumbling incoherent words. Minutes pass by and her blank face morphs into despair. Amethyst wasn't here in the present with us, and it was evident in that expression. The most important thing to me is her. I can't allow the pack members to diminish her victories and view her as weak. She conquered this fight for her title. I'll be damned if they dampen her authority. I mind Link, Sage, Callan, and Blaze. I don't know what's happening with Amethyst. I'm going to take her inside. Handle this, please. Their concern mirrors my own when we catch each other's gaze. They nod in my direction. Only moments ago, they were elated for Amethyst, as we each have our own bond with her. Now, it's replaced with worry and infuriation that she was robbed of this moment. We spring into action, and I lift Amethyst into my arms, cradling her head into my chest. Her scent wrapping around me like a vice, and Axel growls. I can't feel her, he growls. He's talking about Jade and Amethyst. Unlike me, Axel is much more involved with her. He doesn't put boundaries between them, but rather embraces her and assists her in dire situations. Where her emotions are too much, Axel does everything I can't for Amethyst. Everyone decorated the mansion for a celebration in honor of our new alpha. Sadly, we won't be able to appreciate it. Laying Amethyst onto the cream-colored couch, her eyes wide and still white. They weren't returning to those beautiful crystals. I never appreciated them enough, and now I don't even know if I ever will. The only thing grounding me is her heartbeat. The pace picks up gradually and then slows, and the process is repeated. Her body is unnaturally hot, almost like she is engulfed in fire. The sweat beads at her forehead and chest, trickling down. Gathering the first aid kit and a damp cloth, I ran under cold water. I begin wiping the sweat collecting and place the cold press onto her forehead, cleaning the cuts and blood off her face. Those ethereal features are now covered in bruises. Amethyst doesn't wake up. It's been 2 hours, and nothing has changed besides her body overheating. Someone has wrapped their hands around my heart and is squeezing until I can't breathe, and all I feel is pain. The moment I met Amethyst, she was fragile in appearance, but she was fire in every aspect. The life she had to lead changed her in ways no one could imagine. Although our lives changed drastically, we somehow intertwined. Nothing matters right now, not the pack or the alpha duties, only her. Suddenly, her chest begins to rise and fall rapidly, like she is enduring something horrific. My theory is only confirmed when her body starts thrashing in agony as she cries. No, 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 this isn't real. Pinning her hands down in an attempt to stop her from hurting herself. Amethyst, I call, and it doesn't reach her ears. She starts crying, the tears leaking from those white eyes. The sound tears my soul apart. It's agonizing and haunting. The cry is fierce and tragic, almost like her heart is being ripped from her body. It's more than physical pain. The emotion in her sob is enough to shatter my entire existence. And then Amethyst starts screaming, cracked and broken. Caden, no, Caden. My body stills. She's crying for me, and I don't know why. Her body is vibrating under my hands, the veins in her neck protruding as she tries to escape. Caden, please don't leave me. You can't leave me, she pleads softly, and it breaks me apart. There is something in her tone that annihilates me, like she can't exist if I'm not by her side, and I choke down the pain arising in my chest. I'm right here, Amethyst. I'm not going anywhere. She doesn't hear me, only continues to cry for me, like I'm the only thing holding her together. Axel whimpers to my surprise. Jade is crying for me to Kaden. She screams so viciously that I'm stunned. Amethyst's body stills, and I feel everything in me die, until her steady heartbeat flows through my ears. I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding, taking a seat on the coffee table next to her. Her eyes are closed. She must have passed out. What did she see? What had her so distraught? What made her think I would ever leave her? Callan, Sage, and Blaze come into the lounge. They worked hard in getting everyone away from here for Amethyst. During the hour, they updated me frequently, and the pack didn't notice. They just assumed it was the exhaustion from the fight. "Is she okay?" Blaze asks. They crowd around her, and I can feel their anxiety rise. "I don't know. Her body was overheating, and then she started screaming before passing out." I explain, leaving out the part of her crying for me. Amethyst still had on her workout gear, covered in blood and dirt. I wouldn't change her because I can't imagine invading her privacy like that, although it's normal around werewolves. This situation is different. Sage broke the silence wrapped around us. Her eyes turned white. I comment, and she was screaming. The mind link wouldn't have done that. She would only feel a sharp pain in her head. "And then it would have been over," Callan explains. "We all zizzles unexpected." Blaze is deep in thought, frowning and drawing his brows together. "Only oracles react like this," he voices, shifting our attention from Amethyst to him. There wasn't a trace of humor in his features. When oracles have a vision, their eyes turn completely white. But we already have an oracle for the pack. There has never been two Sage states. In every pack, there is only one oracle. Not by choice. The moon goddess simply blesses every pack with one. There has never been two at the same time. What if she is one? Callan questions, all their attention switching on to me as I process all this information. There is a reason why they are known as the 5 founding families. Maybe being the first werewolves aren't the only thing that makes them special, Blaze theorizes, running my fingers through my hair as I try to process this revelation. "Wouldn't it be in the journal?" Sage asks. "I've been through that journal more times than I can count. I know every page by heart. There has never been any mention of oracles or something remotely special about the founding families. They are ordinary werewolves, only consuming power because of their history." "No," I reply. "No one knows in depth what they truly are," Callan comments. "If the founding families have secrets, even from each other, then it wouldn't be in the journal. Some secrets are meant to be taken to grave, I analyze." We don't get another second to throw around theories about the Phoenix bloodline because Amethyst springs up, hyperventilating as her eyes scan her surroundings. She's in a haze, completely oblivious to everyone. Enthralling purple eyes that move vigorously. Her breathing is harsh and filling the silence. When they finally land on me, Amethyst, Ari. I don't get to finish sentence because she launches herself into my arms, holding me tightly and squeezing around my neck, almost to ensure that I am here with her. "Don't leave me," she whispers into my neck, her tears soaking into my shirt. Amethyst, Phoenix. I couldn't move, nor did I want to. Everything that had transpired before my eyes began to eat away at me, taking the essence of my life. There was no way to decipher what I had seen. I can only explain it as an out-of-body experience. Everyone I know, everyone I love, they were all dead. How can I tell someone what I saw? Lion and Alice never parted from each other's arms. Callan and Sage tried to reach each other and only managed to intertwine their fingers before dying, and Blaze was decapitated. What broke me? Caden dead in my arms. I've never felt anything remotely close to it. Not even when my mate rejected me. This feeling, like my heart was ripped out of my chest and torn apart. I had no one left. Replaying that scene is causing goosebumps to arise. Was screaming until my lungs burned. I needed it to be a dream. But why was I there? The scene I was thrusted upon felt too real to be a dream. Everyone was dead, the fire dancing around their bodies on an unknown territory. Everyone from R.A.D. They were dead, and only I remained. Why was I the only one alive? Jolts of electricity coursed through my hand, seemingly taking me out of that nightmare I keep replaying. Focusing on his scent, it's like tea, calming for my body as I let it invade my senses. The agony that clung onto my heart slowly unwinds for a moment to beat. Such a simple scent, but it came from Caden, the man who saved me from dying in a forest. He gave me a new life, a new family. He gave me everything. The sorrow quickly shatters everything inside of me when I think about Caden, dead in my arms, leaving me alone to face this fucked up world. And I break down all over again. I'm a disaster, ripping my hand from his grasp and drawing my knees into my chest. The sobs continue to absorb every ounce of my body, vibrating every tender muscle in my body. The scene is playing out again, and I want to throw up. It's making me sick. The pounding in my head intensifying, and everything becomes blurry from my tears. My throat hurts. My body aches. My head feels like someone is smashing it against the concrete. Amethyst, the voice, sounds like it's coming from underwater. My tongue feels heavy, unable to form sentences. All I can think about is their lifeless eyes being engulfed in flames of orange and yellow. I couldn't fight the darkness tethering on the surface any longer, surrendering to my dark. The voices are muffled, like I'm behind a door and trying to listen in on a conversation. Until it becomes clearer, and I can distinguish the voices. Do you think she is an oracle? Sage's sweet voice questions with worry in her tone. I don't know, Callan replies, rather defeated. There is a long pause before someone else speaks, and that deep voice, I recognize it anywhere. The way she reacted, she saw something that traumatized her, and only oracles are able to see between the past, present, and future, Caden explains. What? I can't be an oracle. My entire body aches, severely heavy, and takes a lot of energy to even move, pushing through the physical pain as I fight to open my eyes. The exhaustion is kicking in from the fight, and whatever I experienced has taken its toll on my body. Slowly, I sit up, scanning the room to find everyone still in the lounge, seated at different sections, while leaving the rectangular couch for me. Immediately, Caden's entire figure blinds my vision. He is seated on the coffee table directly opposite me. He doesn't speak and instead holds something against my lips, the cool surface of the glass touching them. The sky and the ocean blend within his orbs, creating a landscape so perfect that I wish it could have been painted. Caden brings peace to me. It's unnatural and completely surreal. He tips the glass and I move accordingly, drinking the cold water to soothe my dry throat. The contents of the glass is gulped in seconds, the heat surrounding my body decreasing. Do you want more? Shaking my head, I never take my eyes off him. Watching the way his chest rises and falls, the steady beat of his heart, all to confirm that he is indeed alive. Diverting my attention to everyone else, following the same steps to determine that they are alive and well. Do you want to talk about what happened? About what you saw? Blaze asks, his voice a mere whisper. Should I? I debate whether to tell them the truth, that I saw them all dead. I wouldn't know how to stop it, and when the moment will arrive, or if that was even real. I can't do this by myself. Whatever I saw could have been my active imagination or a warning. There is no way that I am an oracle. We already have one named Olivia. I saw. The emotions are tugging at my soul, becoming heavier to say the words aloud. Caden wraps his large hand around mine, assisting me through the silence and grounding me to this moment. I saw everyone dead. I wasn't prepared, and neither were they. Their reactions mirrored my own complete state of confusion and shock. What do you mean you saw us dead? Sage questions. When my blood fell on the ground, everything changed, and I was somewhere else. Everything was on fire. I don't know where it was, but the flames were eating at the surrounding area. That's when I saw it, everyone's dead bodies from R.A.D., and then I saw myself crying. We were all in a state of confusion, their brows furrowing. It doesn't make sense. Do you think that was the future? Callan asks Caden. He remains silent, his hands still holding mine. We have to call Olivia. She is the only one who can provide us with some answers. Caden mind links Olivia, and it takes about an hour before she arrives. Her hair is as white as snow and braided into a crown. It highlights her pitch-black eyes that resemble the night sky. Olivia is described as the night, the moon for her hair and the darkness in her eyes for the sky. Dressed in black leather pants and a matching crop top, charcoal-colored blazer that was left open and the sleeves were bunched at the elbows. Her statement piece is the spiky stilettos she had on. A clear indication of her arrival is the way they crack against the tiles. Alpha Amethyst, she bows in respect, and my eyes widen, completely forgetting the position I am in now. Just call me Amethyst. She burgundy lips uproot into a smile, but she doesn't take the offer. You requested to see me? Caden nods and motions for her to take a seat. Again, she declines. We get down to business. What can you tell us about oracles? Caden asks. Olivia must have heard the question 1,000,000 times, but she doesn't show any sign of annoyance. Oracles are a direct link to the moon goddess. She grants us a piece of her power by allowing us to see the past, present, and future that she deems is necessary for us to know. There is only one oracle for each pack, right? Blaze questions. She nods and continues. Yes, I have never seen 2 oracles from the same pack. When I was away on training, the elders informed me that once an oracle passes over, another will appear instantly. It won't be from the same lineage. The oracles are chosen at random by the moon goddess. Can you see into someone who has had a vision or something similar to a dream? Unfortunately, I cannot, Alpha. Can you call upon these visions, or do they happen unexpectedly? Caden questions. It's rarely done. The oracle at Crimson Pack taught me some things before she passed. I can try, but there is no guarantee that it will work. I will need a direct link to the person the vision is related to. It provides a stronger connection, she explains. Use me. There is no hesitation or questions in her eyes. Yes, Alpha. She takes a seat next to me, wrapping both hands around my left one. Olivia inhales deeply, centering herself. Her eyes close, and after a minute, she opens them and they are completely white. No trace of her black eyes. Olivia is calm and never blinks, almost like time is standing still, until she blinks and those black eyes are secured in place, meeting mine. I'm sorry, Alpha. I couldn't see anything. The moon goddess informed me that you will be having visions, and they are only for your eyes. I am not allowed to see them, and she said to tell you that whatever you see can always be changed. The future is not set in stone. That means what I saw was true. I didn't have enough time to comprehend that information, because Olivia blinks again and her eyes turn white. We are all on edge. It seems like hours pass by, but it's only 5 minutes before her black eyes are in place. The founding families know about you, Alpha Amethyst, and if you don't make your move now, they will kill you. Caden Throne. We are fucked. There is no other way to put it. We are royally fucked. Those blissful 5 years feel like a lifetime ago compared to what we are facing now. It's like we are constantly being hit with obstacles. No chance of recovery, mentally or physically. Everything is spiraling out of control, and we are at the forefront of this disaster. First, Amethyst had to take on the Alpha position sooner than anticipated. Secondly, she had a vision which blurs the lines of what the founding families actually are, and thirdly, the news traveled faster than I expected, and they know about the last living phoenix. To say we had a lot of problems would be an understatement. We weren't prepared for this. Maybe I was naive to think that we could tackle a problem one at a time. But clearly, I steered us in the wrong direction. Amethyst has a target on her back. These 3 days will feel like an eternity before that meeting. Until she makes an appearance at the founding family's meeting, she is non-existent and liable to be killed. It's fair game right now. They will be gunning for her death in order to eradicate the Phoenix family from their hierarchy. What the fuck are we going to do? Amethyst growls in frustration. I know what she is feeling. An array of emotions. Frustration, fear, anger. They are all mixing within her heart. The moon goddess showed her our deaths. Something she can't handle. Amethyst doesn't know the who, what, and why. Only given a clear picture of how the future will turn out. I can't leave her side. The target on her back is greater than she thinks. These families are ruthless and will stop at nothing until she is dead. Amethyst won't be the youngest to attend the founding family's meetings. She isn't even the youngest to be head, but they each have experienced years and years of being taught by their parents what their true heritage really is. Amethyst didn't have that luxury. If her parents had secrets and never documented it, then those secrets will stay buried. Like the question of whether she is really an oracle. She will be the most inexperienced at the meeting and will have to soak up all the information regarding each family like a sponge. But there is only so much you can learn from paper. Being around them and learning their behaviors will be the true study. Sage's concerned voice flows through my mind. This is too much for her. She is right. Amethyst is already shaken up by what she had seen, and the agony in her voice and eyes indicated that it completely ripped her apart. The future is ever-changing, and one move can change everything but right now. She isn't thinking about that. Amethyst wasn't looking at us, only staring into nothing. Her mind wasn't present with us. Only the anger in her features grounding us. You have 3 days to decide if you want to do this. Become a founding member, I clarify with a soft tone. I didn't want her to feel obligated to take the position because of her parents or me. It has to be something that she wants and knows she can handle. Our Alpha and Luna were dead, as much as it pained me to admit. But Amethyst is alive, and I won't put her in danger. She is my first priority. She comes first, and if she doesn't want to be a founding member, then I will respect her decision. But if she does, I will be by her side. Surrounded by the people that love her, we are a family, and you can lean on them whenever you need to. But sometimes, you need space to process your own thoughts and emotions. Amethyst gets to her feet, not able to meet our eyes. I need some time to think. No one stops her, even though we wanted to. We respected that she needed time to herself. It's like a dark cloud looming over us, running my fingers through my matted hair as the stress of this entire day weighs on me. We weren't even able to celebrate her becoming Alpha. Well, what was supposed to be a joyous day turned into utter shit-blaze voices, dropping his body like dead weight onto the couch, exhausted. The day took a 180 Sage comments, equally as tired, throwing her legs over the armrest of the couch. Callan jumps onto the bar kitchen island, taking the fruits from the glass bowl and juggling them to relieve his stress. Are we not going to talk about the fact that she saw all of us dead? He asks, focusing on his juggling opposed to us. A chill runs up my spine, probably for everyone else as well. We can't divulge that information to R.A.D. yet. It still is unsettling to think about it. We are all dead. Olivia confirmed it when she said that the moon goddess only gave that vision for Amethyst's eyes only. Therefore, I do believe what she was the future and our fate for now. The future is always changing. Even if she doesn't know how we die, our actions from here on can change our fate, I voice. Trying to give them hope. Maybe even myself as well. It wasn't death that I feared. I didn't want to leave Amethyst alone. My phone was vibrating constantly in my pocket, pulling it out as everyone became engulfed in their own issues and emotions. The source who helped me gain information regarding the founding family sent over 5 encrypted messages. The source and I have been friends for a long time. No one particularly knows that information. There are many things that the founding families hide, especially regarding the secret of what makes them so special. He wouldn't reveal them, and I respect that. There is only so much you can divulge. But keeps things to himself. Never says a word, and to even gain information from him is a job. Opening up the text message, it only confirms how fucked we are. 2 days until the meeting, they moved it up. If she isn't there, the new family will be announced. She has a target on her back already. Better watch out. Wouldn't be much fun if my entertainment dies before the big reveal. Amethyst, Phoenix. We ran out of time, and now it is the day of the founding family meeting. The day I claim the Phoenix bloodline and become a founding family member. No pressure. The vision I had, according to the moon goddess, was meant for my eyes only, providing a simple message that the future can always be changed. I have run through a dozen reasons as to why the moon goddess would even grant me the chance to change my fate. Life has always been shit for me until Caden came along and gave me a life worth living, a family worth protecting. I might not understand her reasoning, but I will do everything in my power to ensure that vision never comes true. Navigating being a founding member is going to be difficult. I'm not even experienced as an alpha. Although I love a challenge, and the fire inside me continues to grow at the prospect of having the opportunity to better myself, become a better alpha for my pack. Still felt weird saying that, my pack, but a good kind of weird. Everyone has been hovering over me these past 3 days. I can guess it's because of the target on my back. Caden thinks he isn't predictable, but I've studied him for 5 years. I might not know how to read his emotions, but I know him. He will always calculate 3 steps ahead of our enemies, and that's what he is doing. I was making my appearance today, and I had to bring everyone, including Olivia. Ever since that night, we have become good friends. I'm still waiting for her to drop the honorifics, but she doesn't. Baby steps. In those 3 days, I soaked in every piece of information from those journals regarding the founding families. I can recite word for word each page. However, they only contained mundane things that Caden already explained to us. There was no mention of oracles in any family, especially the Phoenix history. Some secrets are meant to be buried, which means they wouldn't have written it down for someone to discover it. My parents gave me up. They had no hope that I would return, and thus never bothered to leave a trace of what we are. Any secrets they harbored, it will forever remain lost. I tried asking Olivia for answers. She would often get visions during our time together, but she instantly shut me down. The moon goddess wants me to discover shit on my own. Only then will my path become clearer, or some bullshit like that. I haven't had any visions since that night. Maybe I'm not an oracle, and that was a one-time thing. Caden informed us that we would need to travel to Romania. According to his sources, the founding families gather in this gigantic castle that we all own equal shares to for meetings. The castle is built on ancient grounds and supposedly has the blood of the first werewolves. According to Caden, the founding families host an event once a year within the 5 packs. No outsiders are allowed. Obtaining this information about their whereabouts was difficult. Had it not been for the source, we wouldn't have known where they meet. The castle felt like an entire island, floors upon floors, rooms upon rooms, and secrets upon secrets. There was only 6 of us, but we had an entire level that even we couldn't find each other at one point. We were greeted by the live and housekeepers, all hand-picked by the families. We heard everyone arrive, and surely they knew of our presence. Tonight was the meeting, and I was on edge. consistently smoking my vape to ease the anxiety creeping under my skin. I'm convinced I would need some drugs at this point. Olivia brought this concoction that had a similar effect to weed that humans do. Caden was studying me the entire time. Everyone smoked at least one joint, but his eyes were consistently analyzing each muscle movement. He wasn't judging me. He was worried by my reaction and whether I would be stable enough to attend the meeting. However, the only thing it did was melt my anxiety away and ease the growing stress that consumed my mind. The housekeeper, Mindy, knocked. I knew her scent since it consisted of baked pastries. All the housekeepers were human, which shocked me, but they knew our secret about being werewolves and probably had time to adjust. Her auburn hairs pulled tight into a bun. The meeting will begin in 20 minutes. Please go downstairs to the ground floor. Thank you, I smile, and she closes the door behind her. Everyone throws cheers of encouragement my way. Olivia comes up to me. Her white hair flows down to her waist, those pitch-black eyes resembling the night sky, an endless vortex. She is truly ethereal. I can't even begin to explain her beauty. It's astonishing that she hasn't found her mate yet. Changes are going to be made today, not just with you, but with every founding member, she cryptically says. Olivia tends to speak in riddles. It's like you are a crystal ball, telling me my future, I snort. She laughs, throwing me a wink. Kind of am alpha. I laugh and wave at them, having the reassurance that my family supports me and believes in me. What I didn't expect out the door was Caden, waiting for me. What are you doing? You know no one is allowed into the meeting besides the alphas. He shrugs, those ocean blue eyes sifting through my soul. His black hair falls onto his eyes and the short-sleeved black shirt displays his inked sleeves. Caden is always dressed in suits and never showcases his tattoos. It should be downright illegal to be this fucking handsome. He is like a Greek god through and through. I know, he replies. There are no other words as we walk down the staircase. The silence echoes throughout the castle, and I couldn't find anyone in sight, not even the housekeepers. Pushing through the negative thoughts plaguing my mind, I focus on going through the details regarding every member. We are all alphas. Seemingly, they are all males, and I can't determine which direction this will go. Males, especially alphas, have an ego that is bruised when they see women in power. We stop at a few feet away from the huge double golden doors. The intricate patterns remind me of runes that witches draw. You can't mind Link in there, Caden states, tearing my gaze away from the door, connecting them with Caden's as I tried to dampen my anxiety. I wanted that reassurance of him, of everyone that came with me. I can take care of myself, but I needed their voices to soothe me. Caden must have seen my frustrations and anxiety on my face, the effects from the weed quickly disintegrating. Caden's large hands encase my face. The heat from his palms stops my body from vibrating. Inhaling his scent of rain, it always manages to calm me down, but apparently not in this moment. He brings his face closer to mine that I could almost taste the mint from his gum. I'm going to be right here, he assures. Caden, you won't know. I'm not leaving your side, he declares, those fierce blue eyes sending shivers down my spine. I couldn't help the way my eyes traced down to his plush red lips. They looked soft, felt soft that time he graced them with smoke. Time seems to evade me until Caden drops his hands, like I burned him. He clears his throat and backs away to my dismay. The awkward silence between us grows until he breaks it. You should go. I'll be waiting for you. Somehow a smile forms on my lips as I reach the door and push it open. My fate on the other side. Amethyst Phoenix. I walked into the lion's den. Quite literally. 3 males and a woman. Guess those surprises have begun. The room resembled an endless vortex, no walls in sight, and that's probably due to magic. There is a spotlight at the center, upon a circular cemented table that seems to be here since they built this castle. The scene in front of me was straight out of those action movies I've been watching, where they judge and hold your fate in their hands. I suppose they do. The atmosphere had a simmering energy of distrust and comfort, immediately shifting into tension and anger. That reaction was understandable. I'm here to claim the Phoenix seat at this table and become a founding member after they went 5 years without one. Well, well. Amethyst Phoenix in the flesh, a menacing voice chuckled. That's when my anxiety seemed to make an appearance, but I awaited the crash of destroying me. Only it didn't come. Maybe whatever Olivia gave me to smoke dampened the buildup. I was grateful I couldn't have my brain in shambles in front of them. I'm surrounded by predators, no pun intended, and they would eat me alive at the first sign of weakness. All that anxiety, stress, and fear had to be locked away, because I am not weak. They won't run me out of my position at this table. There is any empty seat, considerable space between two men. Without giving them a chance to run me off, I take the seat and the scent of spices along with something bitter. The chair was built into the ground, like the table in front of me. Look at you, being a boss, bitch Jade, smirks in my head, pride in her eyes. Good. I'm going to need your confidence to get me through the meeting. Luckily, Caden obtained pictures of each alpha in the founding family. It became easier to determine who was who. The one on my left is none other than the #1 ranking founding member, Maverick Hale. Caden explained the gist of his personality: a silent killer, ruthless and almost never attends these meetings. Therefore, I'm shocked that he is here, of all days. Maverick was dressed in black slacks, muscular thighs clinging onto the fabric, matching formal shirt that had the sleeves rolled to his elbows, married with tattoos. They were different from Caden's, more sinister and disturbing. The buttons were undone, exposing his tattoos that are on every inch of his skin, crawling onto his neck. The sides were shaved, midnight waves that were shorter than Caden's and sleeked back. His eyes connected with mine, and I was in awe. I've seen various shades of blue eyes, but nothing like Maverick's. They were dark blue, and it became like neon lights were flashing every time he blinked. They were unnatural and truly depicted the supernatural true existence, glowing in the darkness and hypnotizing you. What sent a shiver down my spine is that they were dead. There wasn't a smidge of humanity in those eyes. Maverick had beautiful, haunting eyes, and they were dead, like there wasn't a soul in there. Now, it made sense why he has an assassination team and why everyone thinks he murdered his parents. He gives off that vibe. There are no words exchanged between us, even though we are trapped in this trance for than a minute. The small interaction is disrupted when the man next to me calls me Amethyst. On my right is Lucien Harrow, my father's best friend. Although he is 40, you wouldn't tell from his features and build. Unlike the rest of the men I have encountered, Lucien had short brown hair that had no style. Warm chocolate eyes scanned my face, a gentle smile following his lips, and the kind gesture helped me ease into my place here. Charcoal formal pants and a white dressed shirt. Only he wasn't exposed like Maverick, completely reserved. He is built like a monster, his beard making him feel even more ruthless. Nice to finally meet you, he smiles, offering his huge hand to me. I shake it. Likewise. Opposite me is the voice that spoke when I arrived. His entire aura is death. He is the epitome of the Grim Reaper, ready to collect souls. Jet black hair, the same style as Caden's, with much more hair falling upon his forehead. Pitch black eyes, like a black hole ready to consume everything in its path. It was terrifying, the sinister expression on his face. This was Brantley Knight. He was the only one not dressed in formal attire. A casual black V-neck shirt. The rumors have to be true. The menacing grin on his lips make me agree with the rumors. Maybe he really is a psychopath. Like a baby bird, so easy to kill, he sings, studying me with curiosity. I didn't want his attention. Once you get it, you are dead. The most surprising thing about this entire situation is that I wasn't the only woman in the room. To my knowledge, I have recounted for everyone except Mark Ravenstone and Kier Zero. Although I knew nothing about Kier, I knew his appearance. So, this mystery woman must be from the Ravenstone family. Jasmine Ravenstone. She salutes with 2 fingers and a bored expression on her face. Our other little baby bird Brantley teases, trying to play with her braids, but she smacks his hand away. "I'll fucking tear your skin off the bone if you call me that again," she growls, her anger surfacing. Brantley isn't affected by her threat, simply laughing at her. Jasmine is ethereal. Her thick and long raven hair is in natural waves that seemed endless. A braided crown rounded her head, styling it half up and half down. Her olive skin shinned under the spotlight, but what captured your attention is her green eyes, like emeralds of the rarest caliber. What do these people eat? Because I want to look like them. Jasmine took over from her father today, Lucien informed. She smirks, a genuine playful one. Guess we have something in common. Today is our first day. We were the only women in the room, but that didn't mean we automatically trusted one another. I can't let my guard down. Since you have appeared, we have no choice but to confirm your blood as a phoenix before moving forward. Maverick's deep voice is emotionless, like he isn't even present. How are we going to determine that? Apparently taking my word for it won't do. Everyone lies, Jasmine says with an emotion I couldn't decipher. She isn't wrong. How do we do this then? I ask. With blood, Brantley moans, watching me with hunger. The table has patterns engraved in them, all leading to the center that has a black hole within it. Only you couldn't see under the table, and then I remembered that it was built into the floor. It's connected to the ground where our ancestors first shed blood, marking that they were the first werewolves. You will have to shed blood, and it will seep into the ground. If you are indeed a phoenix, then it will be confirmed with a vision that you will receive. If not, then well, then it's bye-bye little birdie. Brantley grins, hoping for the worst outcome because I know it means that they will kill me. Lucien hands me a knife that seems ancient by the handle. I don't pay it much thought as I slice my palm and watch the blood gather in the middle before turning it over to spill into the hole. After a minute of my blood continuously falling, Lucien says that should be enough. Now we wait. And wait. And I get anxious. What if I'm not really a phoenix? The space around me suddenly changes into a vast open field, the night sky lit by the fire, mere meters away from me. 5 men gather around the spot I'm in. Only they cannot see me. Stepping back, I watch them bite into their wrists like vampires and spill their blood onto the ground. Phoenix. Hail. Ravenstone. Night. They each speak their surname until another guy appears, while I can see each founding father clearly. I can't see this guy. He repeats the action, but his face is blur. Who is he? There isn't any time to get closer because my environment changes, and I am back at the table. Everyone's eyes are on me. Brantley seemingly disappointed that he couldn't kill me. Jasmine smirking like she is happy. Lucien smiles, but somehow it doesn't reach his eyes, and Maverick doesn't even bother looking at me. Guess you are a phoenix after all, Maverick announces. Amethyst Phoenix. They don't trust each other. That's what I learned within 5 minutes. It's the first thing that is apparent in this vortex. While we have a discussion, we report on our businesses that we are involved in, and that is when you notice that none of us divulge much or even voice the truth. The distrust is in their eyes when Jasmine says that her underground business isn't flooded with vampires more than werewolves. When Maverick says that the witches aren't practicing dark magic as often and remain dormant. When Lucien says that they haven't been trafficking humans recently. And when I say that our AD hasn't been that successful lately. Brantley doesn't mention anything about his business, deflecting the question or straight up ignoring them, and they don't bother pressing it out of fear. Brantley is a loose cannon. He can tear you limb from limb, and no one wants to deal with that. The unspoken truth hangs in the air, tension growing thick and licking your spine. The 5 founding families have secrets, and we hide them in order to vie for the #1 position. Maverick remains silent the entire discussion, if he speaks. It is always short and to the point. He observes and never divulges too much. Lucian smiles reassuringly at me at times and seems to be friendlier than the rest. He speaks more than anyone when it comes to discussing certain issues. Brantley doesn't trust anyone. It's evident in his demeanor. His behavior indicates that no one has gained the luxury or ever will. Jasmine is the hardest to decipher. It could be because I haven't studied her or something else I'm not aware of. During the 30 minutes of our meeting, none of them have mentioned visions or any power that founding families possess. Either it doesn't exist and what I experienced was a fluke, or it is meant to be kept a secret. We went through the rundowns regarding our pack business and the underground businesses we are invested in. If it wasn't for Caden teaching me everything, I wouldn't have been able to keep up with them, and they wouldn't have helped me in my state of confusion. The man, Kier Zero, who was going to replace the Phoenix family, will be informed about my appearance. But I have a feeling that they are placing me on hold until they deem me worthy to become a founding member. Kier could still have a place at this table. Just because I am here doesn't mean that these 4 people won't backstab me. There is a lot of events that are hosted among these 4, a tradition of sorts. It seems that they enjoy partying more than anything. You should know, Amethyst, that we host mating ceremonies every 6 months between each other's packs. This time it is my turn to host, and it would be an honor if you would attend Lucian Smiles in an attempt to persuade me. Mating ceremonies are held between different packs to help our pack members find their mates. There is an 85% chance that they find their fated mates. When it's between founding families, only warrior wolves are allowed to attend since it is held at different territories. Is it mandatory to attend? I question, skeptical on going to their territories and allowing them onto mine. Maverick doesn't even look at me, his tone bored as usual. Yes, he answers. Brantley has tuned out the conversation a long time ago, prepping his elbow on the table and resting his cheek against his hand, digging into the cement table with his claw. None of them want to be here. The only reason they are is because of their lineage and age-old traditions. Lucian is the only one who cares enough to take charge and voice the agenda that the families must uphold. This could be because he is older and wiser. Every year we have one celebration in the castle. Only close pack members are allowed to attend. However, this year there will have to be 2. One for you and one for Jasmine, Lucian states, grabbing my attention. Jasmine's expression morphs into annoyance. I don't see why I need one. We all knew it was a matter of time before I took over from my dad. Brantley smirks at her, taking a piece of her braid in between his fingers and twirling it around his index finger, cutting off the circulation. Tradition princess, he teases. Jasmine rolls her eyes and smacks his hand away. Brantley gets distracted easily, and we only hold his attention for 5 minutes before he moves on. Lucian clears his throat. Jasmine's will be in 2 weeks, and yours will be in 2 months. I didn't want to be the center of attention, but I don't see any way out of this. Okay, this meeting seems to run in circles. Is there a reason I have to stay here until the celebration? I question. I wasn't going to stay in this castle. Pack businesses require my full attention, and sleeping under the same roof as these people makes my skin crawl. No. You can come and go as you please, Lucian informs. Are we done now? I'm bored, Brantley whines and groans, already up from his seat. Maverick seconds his actions. Yes, he states. At his answer, we all get up. Putting 5 alphas in a room proves to be rather difficult. We are all fighting for dominance, none of us yielding to the other, and expecting us to play nice is impossible. As I'm nearing the door, I feel an arm swing around my shoulders. Brantley has the scent of something sweet and spicy, which contradicts to his entire character. He leans in, his lips near my ear. "Be careful, baby bird. None of us play nice. Although I would love to tear you open and have a taste of your sweet blood," he teases, unwrapping his arm and throwing me a sinister smile, before racing out the door. I find Caden immediately. He is leaning against the wall and deep in thought until his sapphires catch sight of me. Relief flashes in his eyes, and I know he is aware of the other alphas roaming around. Therefore, he mind links me. "How was it?" We fall in step, awed. "I'll tell you on the way." He nods in agreement, eyeing Brantley, Jasmine, Lucian, and Maverick as they walk past. "Are we leaving?" "Yeah, we have to return in 2 weeks, though I state." Mind linking for everyone to meet me downstairs. It takes approximately 5 minutes before I hear the bickering carry from our level to the stairs. This is none other than Sage and Callan. You would think the weed Olivia gave us would calm them down, but apparently that wasn't the case. Sage jumps onto her twin's back, ruffling his hair in frustration. "You are fucking annoying, Sage. Get off," he growls. "Fuck you," Sage sprouts, tugging his hair back painfully before jumping down in victory. Suddenly, the grin on her face shifts into one of confusion. She inhales deeply, and the moment is disrupted when we hear something crash in a distance, shifting our focus between us until I see Maverick appear from behind Caden, his ocean blue eyes glowing unnaturally. However, his eyes aren't on me, they are rooted on Sage. Even more surprising, her metallic eyes are also glowing. "Oh shit. Mate," he roars. "Sage King. Fuck no. This is not fucking happening." Finding my mate was the last thing I ever expected in this lifetime. I already had the love I desired, and it shattered me to pieces. There is no way I would ever survive a mate bond. I never wanted a mate after what happened. And it seems that the moon goddess never answers my prayers. Yet, it feels like a dream. And I wish it was. I wish that little bubble of hope and despair stops growing and mixing within me. He towers over me, and I'm pretty tall, especially in heels. This man is built like a mountain, biceps the size of boulders that could easily crush me. I hate to admit that he is the most beautiful man I have ever seen. There's something hypnotic about him, his aura joining with mine and intertwining our souls. His eyes are the color of the ocean, dark and ethereal. The dark ink concealing every inch of his skin, crawling up to his neck, but nothing could compare to his scent. It was like nothing I have ever experienced. A lot of things this man seems to bring out. There has never been a more intoxicating scent, one that consumes every fiber in my body. It was a mixture of pipe tobacco, sandalwood, and vanilla. I wanted to wrap myself around him and breathe his scent for an eternity. He is addicting, from his scent to those cold eyes that seem to hold something dark. They screamed repressed rage, and I wanted to delve deeper into that abyss, soak in every inch of his anger. "Listen to you like a bitch in heat." My wolf Bella smirks with sass, but she's equally enamored by him as I am. Rolling my eyes internally. Don't act like you aren't wagging your tail and drooling over him as well. You are forgetting we connected, Bella. She snorts and closes the link between us, seemingly embarrassed by her attraction. Bella is a tough bitch and behaves like nothing ever affects her. But the truth is, we have let ourselves become vulnerable, and it never worked. At a young age, we discovered that we tend to be more sensitive than the average wolf. It's why we became Navy in the first place. But that taught us to never give anyone that side of us again. I never wanted a mate. I was content with never getting involved in all this love bullshit again. There is only one way it ends, and that is in heartbreak. Mates weren't any different from a regular relationship. Fated didn't mean a guarantee of love. There is no guarantee that you will end up with your fated mate. Amethyst is proof that fated mates end in disaster. Mate his wolf growls, and it practically vibrates through my body. Bella doesn't even give me a chance to repress her urges. Instead, she takes over and connects with his wolf. Mate, she declares fiercely. I'm well aware of everyone surrounding us, mainly from the Blood Moon pack. But they fall into the background, like white noise, and nothing exists besides the man in front of me. I sound like a lovesick bitch. Someone kill me. Amethyst's whimsical voice floods through my mind. You are mated to Maverick Hale. No fucking way. No fucking way. I'm aware of the founding families. We studied them, along with Amethyst. It seemed necessary to know the devils that want to overthrow our alpha. We studied their appearances, features, and I seemed to be in a state of shock to not recall the alpha of the Crimson Pack. Ranked #1 founding member, Maverick Hale, the deadliest and scariest of them all. People place that title on Brantley since he is unhinged, but there is nothing more terrifying than a silent killer. There is nothing special about me. I don't come from a family with any ranking. Callan and I aren't even betas. There is no way that I am fated to a founding member. The moon goddess wouldn't give him someone who couldn't match his ranking. Hell fucking no. This ain't happening. Motioning between us. I visibly see fire erupt in his eyes, the flames dancing on the ocean, and I think back to the rumors of him being linked to witches. There is more to Maverick than what I learnt. He is man of mystery, and I can't figure him out. My words seem to anger him, his chest rapidly rising and falling from it, and his fists clenched at his side. He is fighting for control with his wolf. Everything I have read indicates that Maverick is completely in control. The mate bond is fucking with his head, and I would know, because Bella is doing everything she can to reach him, connect with him. We are battling our wolves and each other. He must have the same opinion I do when it comes to mates. We don't want them. Hopefully, we are in equal agreement to reject this bond and part ways. Maverick's battle is over. Like a predator, he moves towards me. But I don't even see Amethyst move in front of me, blocking his path. The power radiates from her body, intimidating, and makes me want to submit to my alpha. Only, it doesn't affect Maverick. His eyes never leave mine. We are locked in a trance. Move, Amethyst, he commands, not taking his eyes off me. His voice is thunderous and menacing that it hits my core with desire. His cold demeanor doesn't affect my alpha. She doesn't back down and holds her head high. Sage is my friend, and if she doesn't want to speak to you, then I will stop you from forcing her to. Her voice holds power and authority. His eyes tear away from mine, the hatred settling in as he connects with Amethyst. I see Caden take a step, ready to fight Maverick if he fucks with Amethyst. She is my mate, and I don't need your permission to claim what is mine, Maverick declares. The stupid mate bond makes my body shiver in delight at his claim, loving his possession over us, and it doesn't help that Bella is all but giving in to him with ease. Do you want to speak to him? Amethyst questions through the mind link, holding her gaze with Maverick. I don't want Amethyst to feel burdened by me, by this fucked up mate bond. Yeah, we can reject each other properly, I reply, and I feel her hesitation, but she steps away. Maverick doesn't waste any time and wraps his large hand around my tiny wrist. He could easily snap it like a twig. The bolts of lightning shoot from his palm into me, making my blood run hot and igniting every molecule in my body. I savor the moment. How good his calloused hand feels against my skin. This will be the last time I ever feel this sensation, might as well cherish it. I followed him blindly until we were behind closed doors. His eyes find mine, the anger and something more flooding the ocean, and dragging me into the depths of his crashing waves. Pushing those intense feelings aside, I get on with what we both want. Let's get this rejection over with, I say. Nothing could have prepared me for the wrath he unleashes, his body turning red, and the overwhelming urge to kneel, knocking on my wall. Maybe he does have some witch magic running through his veins. It wasn't normal to feel this connection to him, to feel his wrath igniting my heart. There will be no such thing. I try to control my emotions, but that seems to evade me when it comes to him. Yes, there will be. I don't want to be mated to you. I, Sage King, reject you, M. My words are cut short by his hand on my mouth. It spans to my entire face. His eyes are ablaze, dancing over every feature on my face as the atmosphere around us electrifies. Maverick leans in until his mouth is against his hand, like his lips are pressed against mine. The inky strands cascading down his forehead, enabling the lethal expression on his face. You are mine, and I will tear out your vocal cords before you could ever reject me, he threatens in a menacing voice that could make any man shiver in fear. Not me. It only makes my body grow hot with desire, the ache seeping to my core. He retracts his hand but doesn't give me space. I will never complete the mate bond, I seethe. Something like a challenge sparks in his eyes, a smirk forming on his lips. We will see about that, Sage. Amethyst Phoenix. I've been in a haze, working on autopilot for the past 3 days since we have been back. The most shocking part of that trip was that Sage and Maverick are mates. I know about her past, and while it isn't my story to tell, one thing is for certain: she never wanted a mate. From Maverick's behavior, I don't think he will let her reject the bond. He wants her and will do anything to get her. I can't remember the last time I wasn't staring at the documents or papers that needed to be signed on my desk. Caden shouldered this work for 5 years, without anyone's help, and I'm practically drowning. No wonder he needed an outlet, using sex as a way to de-stress, because I need something stronger than Olivia's weed. My mind is bombarded with operations, missions, sustainability for the pack, mating ceremonies. The list is endless, and I barely get through the day. Olivia, Sage, Callan, and Blaze come in and out, trying to get me to eat or rest. I don't have that luxury. I can't fall behind and let this pack down. All I remember is consistently working, everything becoming foggy and passing out in my room. The night sky is littered with stars, constellations forming and the moonlight illuminating my room. A gentle breeze passes through, dancing across my skin and making the temperature fall. I don't know how long I stare at the window, lost in thought of everything that has happened. What breaks me out of the spell is the sound of my door opening. It's like he controls the energy around us, a string that instantly connects us whenever we are together. With Mason, I never experienced that. I barely cared if we were in the same room together. With Caden, I want him everywhere, in my veins and in my heart. Fuck, I sound pathetic. His scent consumes me the moment he steps into my room, wrapping around me like a warm blanket and placating all the stress that's ruling my mind. Caden provides instant comfort to my soul. This isn't normal, and yet I don't want to question why. I just want him everywhere. Black sweatpants that blend into the darkness are hung low at his waist, matching V-neck shirt, tattoos that I'm never blessed to see, therefore I commit it to memory. Rare occasions that he displays them. The ink is a blend, a mosaic of his mind. Caden never discusses his past unless it pertains to my parents. He is a fortress when it comes to digging about his history. The messy jet black hair falls upon his forehead, curtaining those sapphires that practically glow in the dark. His bare feet hit the tiles as he approaches me. I've been around him for 5 years, his body against mine during training, craving every single touch he could give me. Not one of those times ever felt like this. It felt like the energy between us was charged, pulsing like it formed a life of its own. Drawing my knees into my chest, the silk shorts riding a bit too high, and Caden's worn-out a C/D shirt hanging off one shoulder. There wasn't anything special about me stealing his shirts. He got used to it within the first year. The main reason is because his scent brings me comfort, a sleeping drug, and I don't have to stay up with my constant insomnia. Dragging the vape in between my lips, attempting to distract my mind from Caden. Taking pull after pull, the taste of vanilla hitting my tongue. Something is different about him, the way he sits on my bed and studies me. Those magnetic eyes follow my movements, particularly focusing on my lips longer than usual. "How are you feeling, Amethyst?" Motioning to the vape as I take another hit. "Good," I lie. His eyes soften when they draw back to mine. "You know I can do most of the work. You don't have to do it by yourself." "That wouldn't be fair to you. I can't be a real alpha if I let you do everything for me." Somehow, we get closer to each other, and I'm surprised since Caden always sets clear boundaries between us. But lately, those lines have become blurry. "I will do anything for you, Amethyst," he declares, and the fierce fire in his promise makes my heart skip a beat. Caden has always been by my side since he found me in that forest and changed my life for the better. I'm about to take another hit, but Caden stops me, taking my vape in his own hands and slipping it between his lips. There is something erotic about the way the veins in his neck protrudes as he inhales. "You need to get your own one." "Why?" "I have yours, and this thing never leaves you, so I can have it whenever I want," a sexy grin plastered on his lips. Shifting from my position, upright on my knees, as I try to get my vape from his hand, he keeps it apart from us. "Give it back." His eyes become molten lava as his other hand wraps around my waist, pulling me until I straddle him. I'm shocked, excited, and turned on by the action. His arm never leaves my waist, caging me into him. Caden thrown. Amethyst has been stressed out lately. We were on our way back to the castle for the celebration of Jasmine Ravenstone's reign. Those 2 weeks were a complete blur. I don't even remember what went on besides constant pack business. Amethyst took the brunt of everything, continuously working herself to the bone. Her stress levels are skyrocketing. She barely sleeps and consumes coffee 24/7. Everyone tries to get her to eat, but the most they manage is a bite. She doesn't register our presence, and that is understandable since taking on the alpha position. The alpha and Luna previously made it look so effortless, but when I was temporarily in that position, the workload was suffocating. I barely managed, making time for Amethyst's training and pulling all-nighters to make up for the work I had missed. The alpha job is a constant learning experience. You aren't expected to handle everything at 100%. Amethyst doesn't want to take a break, a fear of falling behind and losing the position that was meant for her. It springs from a place of proving herself, proving that she is worthy to be a founding member. She hasn't noticed yet and probably isn't keeping track that she will go into heat soon. Every 3 months, we go through this cycle, usually towards the end of the month. Over the years, Blaze, Callan, and I would have to leave the mansion and stay at one of our hotels to avoid the temptation. Sage and Alice always stay with her during her heat. It lasts 3 days, and since her mate rejected her, the pain is unimaginable. The first time she went into heat, it was intoxicating. Amethyst was burning up and pleading to take the pain away, while me, Callan, and Blaze were trying so hard to restrain ourselves. The scent she omitted was unnatural. I've never experienced the wave of losing control that intensely, by a mere scent. Sure, you are tempted with every female wolf, but Amethyst is different, like a drug addiction. That's why I ensured that Olivia gives her these herbs that dampen her heat, just for 2 days before we return home. The most crucial time is when we are at the event. Amethyst cannot go into heat with a castle full of male wolves. This wasn't the ideal time for us to attend, but it is mandatory, leaving us no choice. Worried that she might find another male to sedate her urges, Axel teases, a smug expression on his face. Oh, I'm sorry. Will you not feel a little angry if Jade gets it on with some other wolf that isn't you? I sarcastically reply. Axel growls, his anger peeking through as he closes the connection, and is likely seeking Jade to comfort him. The lines are blurring between Amethyst and I. Axel isn't making this any easier with his attachment to Jade. I've never seen her as a sister, nor have I ever seen her in a romantic sense for the past 5 years. However, something has shifted this year. I'm constantly worried about her, and I want to be in her presence for longer than usual. When I took a hit from her vape, I never expected to feel this fire erupting in my stomach. Our lips barely touched, but it burned more intensely than anything I've ever experienced. I've always been protective of her since the beginning, and over the years it grew into possessiveness. I didn't like her being with another man. The thought of her in a room filled with good-looking alphas that can match her status. Yeah, that brought my anger to the surface. We could never be together. There are too many obstacles that prevent us from ever becoming something more than what we already are. Amethyst is in front of me, typing vigorously on her laptop. The dark bags under her eyes are evidence of her lack of sleep. Her lids are drooping, heavy as she tries to keep them open. Those mauve orbs are dull, in desperate need of rest. At one stage, her eyes close, but her fingers continue to type, like she has the keypad memorized. The exhaustion is embedded in her skin, and when she opens her eyes, I can feel how tired she is. Amethyst. She doesn't look at me, focused on her screen. Shuffling out of my seat and next to her, immediately shutting the laptop off. Amethyst attempts to stop me, but her body is too weak to fend me off. Stop, Caden. I need to finish this report. Taking the laptop from her. I will finish it. You need to sleep. Amethyst stifles a yawn. No, I can. Did you drink the tea Olivia gave you? I question. Yeah, she mumbles and curls into a ball, instantly falling asleep. The tea Olivia has been giving her for 2 days is to suppress her heat from emerging. It isn't detrimental to her fertility or her health. This was the safest option to protect her, and while she is aware, I don't think her brain focuses on anything pertaining to herself right now. I complete the report from where she left off, as her beta I do less than half of her work, and it makes me feel inadequate. From working non-stop for 5 years, I suddenly have all this free time that I don't know what to do with. Sage appears with a thick blue blanket, draping it over Amethyst and taking a seat opposite me. This trip has thrown her off, and I know why. Her usual shiny jet black hair is in a messy bun, the strands framing her heart-shaped face. Those metallic eyes are dancing with excitement and fear. Usually she would be overanalyzing, but her mind is preoccupied with her mate, even if she doesn't want to admit it. How do you feel about seeing Maverick Hale again? I question, shifting focus onto her. Sage groans in annoyance. Doesn't bother me. We will be doing our own thing. I doubt that. She is lying, and since they haven't rejected each other yet, the mate bond will work overtime for them to complete it. But I understand why she doesn't want to be bonded with someone. Ever since the last time, her idea of love has changed. It's okay to want to be with him. It's okay to want her. She retaliates. I sigh, closing the laptop, and suddenly the conversation wasn't light anymore. There are too many things, I reply. I'm not going through that pain again, she declares. Rain hits the window of the private plane, thunder lightening up the night sky. It will be a few hours before we arrive at the castle, and I can't shake the feeling that something is going to go horribly wrong. Guess we both fighting our own battles, I say. Amethyst Phoenix. The celebration is in full swing. I didn't think this castle could get any more magical, but clearly, I was wrong. The theme was emerald and black to match Jasmine's aesthetic wall-to-floor tiled jet black and subtle fairy lights embedded into the ceiling. A Ravenstone emblem spotlighted from above in green, in front of the podium. Each founding family had an emblem, and when it came to events celebrating one family, their emblem would be spotlighted for the night. Waiters surveyed the massive hall, serving golden champagne flutes, and I'm on my third one tonight. Every founding member attended along with their pack's most lethal warriors. I've heard rumors that Kier Zero might make an appearance, but that it wasn't guaranteed, and I wouldn't disregard the idea of him showing up. The founding members might have acknowledged my heritage, but we still had time until my introduction as a phoenix. Everyone is socializing, and some of the ED members are having fun. I would be too if my mind wasn't drowning in the work I will have to catch up on once we leave. Leaning against the cylinder stone structure, drinking the bubbly champagne. That's what I've been doing for the past 2 hours. A chill passes through the hall, licking my exposed thighs between my 2 slits. I'm not particularly social tonight, ever since taking over as alpha. My brain has been fried. Olivia has been giving me this tea that suppresses my heat, which I completely forgot about, and would be disastrous to go into now. My eyes hasn't left Caden's figure, no matter the many times I've seen him a suit. It still feels like nothing could ever hold a flame to how beautiful he is. The ink on his arms are concealed, but his hair is freshly cut at the side and sleeked back perfectly. His scent consumes my essence. I could care less about any man at this event, because Caden is the only one who has my attention. Clearly, I'm not the only one. Women are sticking to him like glue, and I feel that irritation arise within my chest, making my fingers itch to snap their necks. That's one of the reasons why I dislike this event. The attention Caden is receiving from these females is fucking making me angry. I vaguely remember some men approaching me, but my eyes were solely focused on Caden, watching if he would suddenly disappear with one of the women. Not like I could stop him, but I could surely cock-block him. I'm agitated, tapping my finger repeatedly against the champagne flute. Lucien and I had a brief conversation and exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. Brantley was getting drunk, or maybe that's his personality, and I'm certain he will be causing a scene later. Maverick immediately found Sage and dragged her away from the party, and Jasmine was seated on her throne. Yes, a throne. Each founding family has one. Hers consisted of black cushioned seats and intricate designs of forest green wrapped around. She was situated on the podium and appeared to be bored out of her mind. For each event dedicated to a founding member, their throne would be set up on the podium, and when the event is hosted by all 5 founding members, then all off our thrones would be set up. It seems like hours before I hear a feminine voice next to me. I hate these things, Jasmine states with a scowl. Taking in her appearance next to me, she's a few inches taller than me and dressed in those glittery midnight dresses. A deep slit that ran to her thigh, off-shoulder with long sleeves and a deep cleavage line. Her pitch-black waves are styled in what I think is her signature half-up and half-down style with braids forming a crown at the back. The moss in her eyes peeks through, seemingly blank and disinterested with this entire event. She grabs a champagne flute and downs it immediately. It's an event to honor your crowning. Shouldn't the founding families care about all of this? I question and brazen, but I could care less at the moment. Jasmine laughs. None of us give a shit about any of this. It's all about legacy. Personally, I know Maverick and I aren't interested. Brantley is all over the place, therefore you can never tell what he is after. And Lucien is the oldest among us, from the old generations. And he is the only one that cares about this. The silence spans between us while the music and chatter wrap around us. Jasmine decides to leave after a few minutes, but not before telling something cryptic. Just because we are founding members doesn't mean we are invincible, she whispers. Before she can leave, I stop her. Do you ever get visions? I wanted to know if this was a founding family thing, or strictly pure luck by the moon goddess. Her face morphs into fake innocence. No, don't think I have. As she is about to leave, a sly grin forms on her lips, and she makes the universal hush sign before parting ways. Why did she do that? What does it mean? Does she get visions too? I can't ponder long on the gesture since Caden appears at my side, and the mixture of irritation and anger suddenly overrides my logical side. Oh, back so soon. Thought you would be busy with your admirers. He frowns. You know it's not like that. Sure, I cut. Amethyst, are you okay? Caden's puzzled expression is reasonable since I've never openly displayed my jealousy, especially in a public setting. I'm on my 6th glass of champagne, the buzz becoming overwhelming, but also I feel a tingle. It's dancing along my bloodstream and making me feel dizzy. This certainly isn't me getting drunk. This is something else. Yeah, perfectly fine, I say, but I feel myself slipping in and out of consciousness. I'm not fucking fine. The black dots begin to appear, scattered around my vision, and my body starts to heat up. This hall is impossibly cold, but the unnatural heat is licking my skin, like fire burning through, and suddenly I feel the pain, gradually at first. Oh shit. My eyes connect with Caden's, and it only further confirms my suspicions. His eyes are darkening, nostrils flaring as he inhales deeply, attempting to gain control. You're going into heat, his deep voice grits. Almost immediately, all the males in the room begin to shift their attention towards me, in slow motions. We have no time. It will hit fully in 5 minutes, and then they won't have any control. Caden quickly intertwines our fingers, leading us out of the hall. This can't be happening. I drank 3 cups of Olivia's tea in order to avoid this today, I declare, the pain beginning to bite into my bones. I don't know what happened, but this is the worst place for you to be right now. There isn't time to argue. Caden is trying his best to remain in control until we get to our level. Suddenly, I hear heels clicking against the tiles and turn around to find Jasmine running towards us. We all have restrictions placed on our levels in case of emergencies. There should be keypad under the painting. Use 4576, and the security system will be set in place. She informs. Can people go in and out? I question, through the searing pain, her figure becoming a blur, as long as they have the passcode. Thanks, Jasmine, I huff, feeling my body become engulfed in fire. I'm in for one hell of a fucked up time.